Chapter 62:14. Looking at the scene in front of her, Murong Qingqing was incomparably happy. She said, "Senior, are you also from the Phoenix clan? Girl, you don't need to know so much for now. Cultivate well first. I'll give you a year. If you can master the first move of the Taiga Phoenix seal, you can continue to cultivate here. I'll also tell you some things." A year's time, the first move? Murong Qingqing took a deep breath and began to cultivate. This was an opportunity that belonged to her. She must grasp it tightly. Lin Xian still didn't know about Murong Qingqing's matters. However, she had already begun to move towards the second level of heaven. According to Willow Deity, there was only one longevity fruit in the first level of heaven. Now, someone had already obtained it. Then, there was no need for him to stay here. He would go and look for the longevity fruit in the second level of heaven first. Beside Willow Deity, a spatial door appeared. It could lead to the second level of heaven. "Let's go." Lin Xian took a deep breath and walked inside. The Golden Lion King and the rest also moved forward. Of course, there were a few people who stayed here. They were in charge of investigating who had obtained the first longevity fruit. If possible, they would even take action to snatch it. It wasn't just the people from the divine realm. Most of the people from the Nirvana realm also entered. They left a portion of people here to investigate. After entering the second level of heaven, these people were originally gathered together, but they were randomly teleported away. The toad could only let out a curse and then disappeared. After entering the second level of heaven, Lin Xian felt that the pressure was more terrifying than the first level of heaven. He didn't know how many longevity fruits there were in the second level of heaven. Boom, boom, boom. There were waves crashing below Suqin. Below him was a sea. Moreover, it was extremely strange. The sea was actually black. It emitted a gloomy and cold aura. Not far away, a demonic beast flew over. However, it didn't fly for long before it was grabbed by a white claw from the black sea below. It was a bone. The palm was rotten and had a gloomy and cold aura. In an instant, the demonic beast was brought into the sea. The demonic beast screamed and turned into a skeleton. Lin Xian frowned when he saw this. This was the aura of death. Moreover, there were also demonic beasts here. Obviously, it was similar to the first layer of heaven. Apart from intruders like them, there were already living beings in this place. Not too far away from Lin Xian, a beam of light flashed and a figure appeared. This person was wearing a black robe. He was an old man with a terrifying aura. A strand of immortal qi permeated the air. This person's immortal qi was actually black and had an extremely cold aura. The name of the old man was Yu Huang. At this moment, when he saw the black sea, he also threw his head back and roared. "Ha ha ha ha! This is truly a place of good fortune. I sensed an aura that was extremely similar to mine. In this place, my strength might be able to increase." They had already been in a mortal city for a period of time. He discovered that although there were many dangers in this place, there were also great fortunes and opportunities. That was because there were some things here that didn't exist in the outside world. For example, the Black Sea could not be seen from the outside. Just when Bai Ming Huang was preparing to enter the sea to cultivate, she suddenly froze. She discovered a figure ahead of her. The masculine aura of that figure made her extremely uncomfortable. His face darkened. Wasn't that Lin Wudi? 9-yang divine body. That detestable brat. Very soon, she started laughing coldly. Her figure flashed as she entered the black sea below. So what if he has the 9-yang divine body? Although this brat's combat prowess is unparalleled, in this sea, my strength will increase exponentially. Watch me. Bai Ming Huang prepared to act against Lin Xian, because even if she couldn't kill Lin Xian, she had to heavily injure him. She couldn't allow Lin Xian to continue being so arrogant. She hid in the black sea and silently flew towards Lin Xian. When she arrived below Lin Xian, a black spear appeared in her hand. Go to hell. Bai Mingyu Huang roared in anger. She absorbed the energy of the Black Sea around her. At the same time, immortal qi erupted from her body. The black spear in her hand flew out like a blade of death. There was a smug smile on his aged face. Even if she didn't die from this attack, she would be heavily injured. At that time, she would bring Lin Xian into the sea and torture him to death. At the instant the black spear shot out, Lin Xian moved. His figure flashed as he dodged the attack. Honestly speaking, he already knew about Bai Mingyu Huang's appearance. He had the Rinnegan. How could he not know where Bai Mingyu Huang was? At the instant Bai Mingyu Huang appeared, he knew that Bai Mingyu Huang was someone from the Permethar realm. When Bai Mingyu Huang entered the sea, he knew that Bai Mingyu Huang wanted to ambush him. However, he didn't act recklessly. He was waiting for Bai Mingyu Huang to attack. As expected, Bai Mingyu Huang acted. After dodging the attack, Lin Xian slammed out with his golden palm, aiming for the surface of the sea. With a boom, the sea split apart. Waves slammed against the shore, causing Bai Mingyu Huang's qi and blood to churn. She coughed out a mouthful of blood and retreated, arriving at the depths of the sea. Her expression was extremely unsightly. How is this possible? He actually dodged it. Isn't this brat's soul perception a little too terrifying? Forget it. Since my attack failed, I might as well leave. This brat is a little strange. I'm not a match for him. Bai Mingyu Huang was very decisive. She prepared to leave and cultivate first. Once she was strong enough, she would act. In the air, Lin Xian frowned. Oh, you want to leave? The Permethar realm is very cautious now. But do you think that everything will be fine if you leave? You want to leave safely after making a move against me? You are truly courting death. His figure flashed as he rushed downwards. He had the 9-yang divine body, and the Black Sea was filled with cold energy. Hence, when he descended, the Black Sea roared in anger. The wind and clouds churned, forming terrifying waves that wanted to engulf Lin Xian. Lin Xian coldly laughed. He didn't use the 9-yang divine body to block it. With a wave of his hand, a Taiji diagram appeared and covered her body. Yin and Yang revolved around the Taiji diagram. Lin Xian successfully entered the Black Sea. This time around, he didn't receive any attacks. Ahead, Bai Mingyu Huang was originally preparing to cultivate, but all of a sudden, her brows twitched as she felt uneasy in her heart. What's going on? Why do I feel a sense of terror? She sent her soul out to investigate. When she saw Lin Xian entering, she was given a fright. How is this possible? The 9-yang divine body shouldn't be able to come here. Flee! She rapidly retreated. However, a terrifying attack came from behind. A beam of sword qi slashed into her leg. A moment later, the bones in her body cracked apart. The other party wants to kill me. Not good. Bai Mingyu Huang's face turned pale. She felt that she was dead for sure. But at this moment, a voice rang out from the sea. I didn't expect that more people would enter. Moreover, there are 2 of them. This is really surprising. Chapter 62:15. When they heard this voice, Yu Huang and Lin Xian both stopped. Lin Xian frowned. Is there another expert here? He didn't sense it earlier, but Yu Huang seemed to have grabbed onto a life-saving straw. He exclaimed, Greetings, Senior. May I know what test and instructions Senior has? Just say it. I won't hesitate to climb a mountain of swords or go through a sea of flames. Including the 2 of you, there are a total of 12 people. You can start now. 12 people. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. Other than the 2 of us, there are 10 more people. Who are they? Yu Huang's hope also rose. Could it be that the people from the Permethar world are here too? However, when they saw the 12 people, they were disappointed. 12 unfamiliar faces. There are humans and demonic beasts. They should be living beings who originally lived here. The auras of these 12 people were also very powerful. The weakest among them was a great emperor. There were even super great emperors among them. In the sea, the cold voice rang out again, "Cultivate." A month later, "You all will have a life and death battle. Only 6 of you will be able to survive. After that, cultivate for another 3 months before the life and death battle. In the end, only 1 of you will be able to leave this place alive." When they heard this, the expressions of the 12 people changed. Even Lin Xian was stunned. How cruel! "Senior, why are you doing this?" Yu Huang went crazy. If only 1 of them survived, it meant that he would meet Lin Wuti sooner or later. "Because I'm too bored, I need you all to fight. Let me watch the battle. This way I can kill some time." Huh. Yu Huang was stunned. Experts are really heartless. A demonic beast in front spoke. "Can I leave?" "I regret it." The cold voice snorted. "Yes, but you will die immediately and very miserably. Have you thought it through?" "Forget it, I'm willing to stay." That great emperor shook his head. What a joke. This mysterious voice was too terrifying. He didn't dare to resist. If he stayed, he might still be able to survive. There was a chance. "All right, you guys go and cultivate for a month. Don't think about escaping this sea because you can't escape. Of course, as long as you don't leave the sea, you can go anywhere." After speaking, the voice became softer, leaving only the 12 people behind. The 12 people said, "Then let's do it." They were on guard against each other. Then they each flew in a different direction. Yu Huang also gritted her teeth. She glanced at Lin Xian and turned to leave. During this month, he had to do his best to increase his strength. Lin Xian did not go anywhere. He sat down cross-legged on the ground and activated the Yin-Yang Taijutsu. He began to cultivate silently. The Black Sea could increase the power of his Taiji diagram. A month passed very quickly. For the past month, the 12 of them had been cultivating like crazy. A month later, they were enveloped by a mysterious force. Then, a hand seemed to grab them and bring them away. Lin Xian also felt this power. He realized that he was moving forward quickly in the sea. However, they did not leave the sea. Soon, they stopped and the 12 of them gathered together again. The mysterious voice sounded again. "All right, you can start fighting now. I'll divide it up for you." With that, he waved his hand and divided the 12 people into 2 teams. Facing each other, each team had 6 people. This was great. They were actually in the same team. Yu Huang heaved a sigh of relief. She discovered that she was on the same side as Lin Xian. This also meant that they didn't have to fight this time around. How lucky! Lin Xian glanced at her expressionlessly. So what if they didn't meet this time around? Just like what the mysterious voice said, only 1 person would be able to leave this place alive. That person would definitely be him. This Yu Huang would die in his hands sooner or later. He was in no hurry. Let the battle begin. The 2 of them walked out. The first battle was very fast because one was a supreme emperor while the other was an immortal emperor. How could that immortal emperor be a match for them? He was insta-killed in a single move. His remnant soul wanted to flee, but was smacked to death by the supreme emperor. The next battle was also incomparably intense because it was a life and death battle. Hence, no one held back. The Black Sea was dyed red. It was Yu Huang's turn to act. His opponent was also an immortal emperor. After the 2 of them exchanged 30 moves, Baiming Yu Huang killed his opponent. His lips curled into a smile. His opponent's strength was extremely terrifying. If this was before, the victor would most probably only be determined after 100 moves. But now, 30 moves was sufficient, because in this 1 month, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. After finishing off his opponent, Yu Huang even looked at Lin Xian in satisfaction. Her eyes were filled with provocation. The last one was Lin Xian. Lin Xian's opponent was also an immortal emperor. However, this immortal emperor was a demonic beast immortal emperor. His opponent was a bull with 3 heads. In the center of each head's brows, there was a vertical eye. The color of each head was different. This demonic beast was called an ox-headed immortal emperor. When he saw Lin Xian, he grinned. You are tired because you are alone. Seems like your strength isn't that great. Your grandpa Ox has never been defeated by someone at the same level. Hence, you can die in peace. The 3 ox heads spat out thunderstorms as well as strange black runes. The moment they attacked, they were all killing moves. Lin Xian also attacked. The Taiji diagram flew out and transformed into a yin-yang fish. It spun in the air and directly cleaved apart the heavens and earth. The attacks in the sky shattered. The ox-headed immortal emperor was cleaved into 2. All 3 of his heads were filled with fear. He died. He was insta-killed. The others all drew in a breath of cold air. Originally, Lin Xian was just an ordinary immortal emperor. They didn't place him in their eyes. After all, there were supreme immortal emperors here. But now, this young man insta-killed the ox-headed immortal emperor. This caused them to be shocked. The strength of this young man wasn't any weaker than a supreme immortal emperor. This was too unbelievable. Even Bai Mingyu Huang trembled as a look of fear appeared in her eyes. Damn, why is this young man's strength so terrifying? Fascinating, truly fascinating. The voice in the sky laughed. I didn't expect that someone's strength would exceed my expectations. It has been a long time since I've seen such an interesting battle. Luckily, you guys have 3 months to cultivate. 3 months later, we will fight to the death. The voice vanished. The remaining 6 all had unsightly looks in their eyes. They were played in the palm of the young man's hand. However, the young man was too strong. They didn't even know where he was. They couldn't even find him. There was no need to talk about resisting. The supreme immortal emperor in front was clad in black robes. His body was like a thick fog. He stared at Lin Xian and spoke. You are very powerful. I hope I can fight against you in the future. Lin Xian laughed. No, I want to fight against him. After speaking, he pointed at Yu Huang. Yu Huang was so frightened that she almost fell to the ground. She transformed into a bolt of lightning and instantly fled. Damn that Lin Wudi. As expected, he has his eyes on me. The others also found a place and went to cultivate. Lin Xian lifted his head and stared ahead. Up ahead, he could sense an unusual aura. Was there only a black sea here? Why was his Taiji diagram able to sense the aura of yin and yang? Other than the black sea, there should be other powers. Lin Xian's figure flashed as he rushed forward. Chapter 62:16. This time around, only 6 of them were left alive. The next challenge would be even more terrifying. No one wanted to die. Everyone would do their best. Hence, no one wanted to waste these 3 months. They all found a place and quickly went into secluded cultivation to improve themselves. As for Lin Xian, he continued walking. He flew towards the depths of the Black Sea. The further he went, the more terrifying he felt. However, he didn't stop. Half a month later, Lin Xian stopped and didn't leave. Although he had wasted half a month's time, Lin Xian smiled, because he discovered that the Black Sea had reached its end. If he continued forward, it would be a white sea. There wasn't a cold energy there. Instead, it was a scorching energy. As expected, this was the Yin-Yang Sea. It was just that it was extremely vast. His soul couldn't cover it immediately. Now that he saw the scorching energy in front of the Black Sea, he understood. This sea was like a yin-yang diagram. Before this, Yu Huang and the others had been cultivating in the Black Sea. However, Lin Xian had to stand at the boundary between yin and yang to cultivate. This way, not only would he be able to refine his yin-yang diagram, he would even be able to continue cultivating his 9-yang divine body. Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body had received the follow-up incantation and could continue cultivating it. What he needed was such a scorching energy. When he thought of this, Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he stood at the place where the yin-yang split was. He started to cultivate. The yin-yang diagram on his body spun slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. Between heaven and earth, that mysterious voice rang out again. All right, stop cultivating and continue the life and death battle. After that, everyone felt that they were enveloped by a mysterious energy that brought them back and forth rapidly. At the next instant, the 6 of them gathered together. Yu Huang became confident again. During these 3 months, his strength was much stronger than before. In fact, he even managed to cultivate an ultimate art called the Netherworld Finger. He was truly too happy. If he was in the outside world, he might not be able to cultivate such an ultimate art even after 100 years. But now, after 3 months, he succeeded. The Netherworld Finger had 3 moves, and he managed to cultivate the first one. However, this had already greatly increased his strength. So he looked at Lin Xian again, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. On the other side, the black-robed man from before was also staring at Lin Xian. He was also very interested in Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression was incomparably calm. 3 months of cultivation had strengthened his yin-yang image. This made him extremely happy. From the looks of it, this immortal city indeed had great opportunities. Even though there were no clues about the longevity fruit at the moment, the increase in his strength would be of great help to him when he fought for it in the future. All right, let's fight. The mysterious voice sounded again. He divided everyone into their opponents. This time, Lin Xian and Yu Huang did not meet. Lin Xian met an opponent. It was the man in the black robe. This man was called Demon Shine. He grinned and said, "Very good. I didn't expect you to be my opponent. I hope you won't disappoint me." Lin Xian walked out and said, "You'd better do your best. Otherwise, you won't have a chance." Since it was a battle of life and death, it was impossible for the other party to escape. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. With a wave of his hand, the yin-yang diagram appeared and spun between heaven and earth. Immediately, a terrifying power erupted like a volcano, causing the entire black sea to shake violently. This terrifying aura was really too terrifying, causing the other people's faces to change. Even Yu Huang's expression changed. How could this be? This brat's yin-yang aura was actually so terrifying. Other than the 9-yang divine body, the other party had no other choice. He actually cultivated such a mysterious yin-yang diagram. This gave him a big fright. Demon Shine's complexion also sank. She could feel that Lin Xian's aura was much stronger than before. The other party's improvement was even faster than his. This person was unfathomable. Where did this brat come from? Demon Shine was a native martial artist of Immortal City. He didn't know about the intruders. Therefore, he was very confused about Lin Xian's appearance. "Did you feel my strength? You are not my match. Admit defeat now." Lin Xian opened his mouth and said, "I'll give you a quick and painless death." "Brat, you're too arrogant. Although your aura is strong, I will not be defeated. I'm a realm higher than you. Today, I'll show you what it means to be suppressed by a realm." Demon Shine coldly snorted. In the next moment, his figure flickered and the void was instantly torn apart. Demon Shine's body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Lin Xian. Then he slapped out with his palm. A black light appeared on his palm as he ruthlessly slapped towards Lin Xian's heart. This speed was so fast that the others were startled. Demon Shine was really too terrifying and difficult to deal with. Fortunately, they didn't encounter him. Even Yu Huang had a dignified expression. She discovered that if she were to face this battle, she wouldn't be able to avoid it. Lin Xian's lips curved up in a sneer. What fast speed, but so what? His palms formed a seal, and the yin-yang diagram flew out, spinning behind him. Then he caught the palm strike. A booming sound rang out as the taiji diagram enveloped this palm. "Your speed is very fast, but your strength is nothing much. You really disappoint me." Lin Xian's voice rang out once more. With a wave of his embroidered robe, the yin-yang sword flew out from the taiji diagram. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Yin and yang turned into primal chaos. Sword energy blotted out the skies as it rushed towards Demon Shine. Demon Shine relied on his lightning-like speed to rapidly dodge and engage in a fierce battle. But in the end, he still failed. His body was penetrated by the sword chi, and countless cracks appeared on his body. He was nailed to the void. Damn it! In order to escape, Demon Shine had shattered his body. He wanted to recover. However, Lin Xian said that Yin and Yang transformed into Taiji. The Yin and Yang swords quickly fused together to form a Taiji sword. Once again, the Taiji sword slashed apart the newly formed body of the opponent. I won't die. Demon Shine came back to life. Lin Xian said, No one can survive. Let's see how many times you can revive. That was indeed the case. Although a great emperor's life force was extremely strong, once his energy was exhausted, he would still die. And as expected, on the 6th time, Demon Shine died. He died with reluctance and despair in his heart. His opponent was too strong. He had no way to retaliate at all. Lin Xian waved his hand and kept the Taiji sword. He stood there with his hands behind his back. He glanced at Yuan and spoke. I hope you can survive. I hope to finish you off at the end. Damn it. Yo Huang's expression was incomparably ugly. Finish him off at the end? He understood Lin Xian's meaning. The higher he stood, the harder he would fall. I will walk to the end, but the final victor will be me. Yu Huang roared in rage and ruthlessly rushed towards his enemy. Chapter 62:17. Yu Huang also defeated his opponent. This time, only 3 of them survived. What followed was a year of cultivation. After a year, only one of the 3 would survive. Yu Huang's face was cold. This time he must learn the last 2 moves of the Netherworld Finger. He went into seclusion. Lin Xian also left the Black Sea and flew towards the White Sea. This time he wanted to cultivate his 9-yang divine body. He silently cultivated in the White Sea. Time passed very quickly. More than half a year had passed. Lin Xian had been cultivating. His 9-yang divine body had become more terrifying than before. At the same time, Murong Qingqing opened her eyes in the mysterious cave in the first layer of heaven. She formed a seal with her jade-like hands and slapped forward. An immemorial phoenix swept out and roared at the sky. She had already used the first move of the immemorial phoenix seal. Success! Murong Qingqing was overjoyed. In the cave, she also heard the mysterious voice from before. I didn't misjudge you. In a year, you were able to master the first move of the immemorial phoenix seal. You really surprised me. It seems that your talent and bloodline are stronger than I imagined. Very good. You can continue to cultivate here. After he finished speaking, more mysterious patterns appeared on the wall in front of him. These were the last few moves of the immemorial phoenix seal. Thank you, Senior. Murong Qingqing was overjoyed. The power of the immemorial phoenix seal was too strong. She must cultivate it. Once I master it, I will go out and help Big Brother Xian. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. In the White Sea, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He roared at the sky. His divine body changed again. Lin Xian clenched his fist. His arm shook and the entire sea surged. What a strong power! The cultivation of the 9-yang divine body was indeed even more mysterious and unfathomable. The mysterious person in the sea attacked again. Lin Xian, Yu Huang, and another person appeared together. The last person was a woman. Although she was beautiful, when it came to a life and death battle, no one would hold back. The 3 of them didn't know what to do. Were they going to fight? Yu Huang's eyes flickered. If they really attacked together, he was prepared to join forces with this woman to deal with Lin Wuti first. Out of the 3 of you, only one is still alive. But I won't let you bully me with your numbers. You will have a fair fight. So I'll kill a random person first. As soon as he finished speaking, a peerless killing intent swirled above the heads of Lin Xian and the other 2 before abruptly descending. At this moment, Yu Huang felt a sense of danger to her life. Even Lin Xian's expression changed. His divine body erupted with power, and a layer of armor-like patterns emerged. This was the state of the 9 yang divine bodies' subsequent cultivation. However, he was fine. Yu Huang was also fine. The other woman let out a blood-curdling scream as her soul was extinguished. Dead. Beads of cold sweat flowed down Yu Huang's forehead. How strong was this mysterious man exactly? Is he an earth immortal? The moment the voice arrived, it killed a terrifying great emperor. Lin Xian also frowned. Immortal City was truly terrifying. There were too many secrets here. Those who were unlucky have already been killed. Only the 2 of you are left. Let's have a fair fight. Only one of you can survive. Lin Xian smiled. He looked ahead and said, "You should be thankful that I let you live for so long." Yu Huang coldly snorted. "Brat, you are courting death. I won't be defeated." He roared in rage and stabbed out with his finger. He immediately executed his most powerful ultimate art, the Netherworld Finger. BZZ, boundless, gloomy dark energy, swept out in all directions. After that, it transformed into a pitch-black finger that seemed to stand between heaven and earth. Taiji sword. Lin Xian waved his arm. Yin and Yang condensed into Taiji and slashed down, splitting apart heaven and earth. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out. Yu Huang's ultimate art was blocked. His expression changed. How powerful! However, this wasn't the end. At the next instant, he attacked again. Netherworld Finger, second finger. This attack was even more terrifying compared to before. Not only so, he also executed the third finger. The surrounding black sea churned violently. The third finger surpassed everything. It was as if a divine weapon had exploded. It seemed that Yu Huang didn't intend to give Lin Xian any chance to retreat. In the face of such terrifying attacks, Yu Huang felt that victory was in his hands. He said, "Lin Wudi, prepare to die. Even if you have the power of an immortal, you might not be able to block it." "Is that so?" "You are too confident. Do you think that I haven't cultivated my ultimate art in the past year? Let me show you the ultimate art that I have just cultivated." After speaking, golden flames suddenly bloomed on Lin Xian's body. The Black Sea was illuminated. It was as if a sun had fallen into the world. In the next instant, Lin Xian's palm slapped over. Great solar undying palm. Previously, the 9 yang divine body used the 9 yang divine fist. However, after becoming a great emperor, the divine body changed further. Now it was called the Great Solar Undying Palm. Lin Xian had cultivated for a year and could only use it once. However, this move was already extremely terrifying. It covered the sky and illuminated everything, completely enveloping the 2 netherworld fingers. The 2 netherworld fingers actually started to melt under this power. No. Yu Huang screamed in despair. What kind of ultimate art was this? He had no way to block it. Boom! After a single strike, a black hole appeared in the Black Sea. Yu Huang was blasted into ashes. Lin Xian retracted his palm and heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled. How powerful, much more terrifying than the 9 yang divine palm. In the air, that mysterious voice rang out. "You went to the White Sea." Lin Xian nodded. "That's right. You won, you can leave here alive. Little fellow, you can leave now before I get angry. Farewell." Lin Xian clasped his fists and spoke. After that, his figure flashed, and he shot up into the sky like a golden arrow. He tore apart the Black Sea and left this place. After Lin Xian left, that mysterious voice rang out again. The power of Taiji, the power of the divine body. This intruder is somewhat interesting. After leaving the Black Sea, Lin Xian continued on his journey. Along the way, he encountered many difficulties again. However, he relied on the power of the divine body, the Taiji sword, and the Great Solar Undying Palm. Lin Xian swept through everything in his way. He had fought with a powerful demonic beast and was also chased by a group of armored soldiers. Later on, because he was annoyed by the pursuit of this team, Lin Xian directly returned and fought against them for a month. He killed all the experts in this team. Just like that, he fought for another half a year. Lin Xian stared ahead as he furrowed his brows. It was as though he was facing a great enemy, because he sensed the power of an earth immortal again. Did an earth immortal from the second heaven appear? He wondered if he would be able to obtain clues about the longevity fruit this time around. Lin Xian drew in a deep breath and flew forward. He wanted to meet this earth immortal. Chapter 62:18. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He flew forward. He didn't know. What was the land immortal in front of him like? To be honest, he was also a little nervous. Gradually, clouds and mist appeared around him, enveloping heaven and earth. The scene in front of him became dreamy. Lin Xian felt that an extremely terrifying soul force was surrounding him. So terrifying, could it be an illusion formation? He used Rinnegan to resist, but the power of his Rinnegan was also suppressed. It could only surround him. This made him even more shocked. As expected of a land immortal, too strong. In the clouds and mist ahead, Lin Xian saw a figure. It was a figure wearing the fantasy battle armor. This was a woman, extremely beautiful, and her black hair fluttered like a waterfall. The other party's eyes were too mysterious, making people not dare to look directly at them. Lin Xian took a look, and it was as if his soul was about to be frozen. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly used Rinnegan to resist. He cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Senior. Young man, you're here." The woman in front of him spoke in a deep voice. Her voice was incomparably pleasant. "I've been paying attention to you for a long time." Lin Xian was taken aback. "Paying attention to me? Senior, we haven't met before." The dreamy woman in front of him said, "You can call me Dream God." "We haven't met before, but in the past 6 months, I've seen your strength clearly. In the past 6 months, you swept through the 4 directions, fought with countless powerhouses, and even killed a super great emperor. And you're just an ordinary great emperor. Your combat strength surpasses everything. How could I not pay attention to you?" "That's true." Lin Xian thought for a moment. The other party should be the guardian of the second layer of heaven. The other party should know about the second layer of heaven, and his actions couldn't be hidden from the other party. So Lin Xian nodded and said, "Senior, you should know that I'm an intruder, and I'm here to look for the longevity fruit. I hope Senior can give me some pointers. I don't have the longevity fruit here, but I know the whereabouts of the longevity fruit. I know the clues of 8 longevity fruits." 8. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air after hearing this. One had to know that only one person had appeared in the first heaven. Now that he knew 8 clues, he would gain a huge advantage. He said, "Please enlighten me." No matter what kind of test it was, he had to succeed. The dream god chuckled. "There's no rush. In another month, I'll choose a few more people to test with. Whoever succeeds in the end, I'll tell him the clue." 1 month? Lin Xian nodded. He continued to sit cross-legged and began to cultivate his 9-yang divine body. During this process, some people spoke up. Among them, there were people from the other world and people from the domain of the gods. The people from the other side gritted their teeth when they saw Lin Xian. On the other hand, the people from God's domain were elated. Apart from this, a few other native cultivators had also been chosen by the dream god. There were a total of 32 people. On God's domain side, including Lin Xian, there were a total of 4 people. There were 5 on Permitha's side, and the difference wasn't big. The remaining 20 plus were all immortal cities, native life forms. "Lin Gongzi, it's great that you're here." When the people from the domain of the gods saw this, they all laughed. There were no weaklings among those who could reach the second layer of heaven. Even the weakest among them were emperors. there was also a super emperor. This super emperor was known as the Red Fish Emperor. He had joined the domain of the gods during the apocalyptic tribulation. Lin Xian stood up and walked over to them, asking them a few questions in a low voice. He also asked a few questions about the others. However, these people didn't know because the second layer of heaven was still incredibly vast. They had all been randomly teleported here, so they hadn't met up yet. Forget about it. There was no point in thinking too much about it. Let's finish the dream god's test first. The dream god said that a month had passed and that no one else had come. Then you people will be the ones to take the test. After speaking, she waved her hand. A cloud of mist appeared in her hand. It spun rapidly like a small tornado, bringing with it a storm of consciousness energy. The surrounding people retreated in fear. Was the dream god going to attack them? The dream god chuckled. Don't be afraid, little guys. Next, it was time for the test. The name of this test was Dreaming of the Past. Dreaming of the past? Everyone was stunned. What did that mean? Was this an illusion technique? One of the super emperors on the other side asked. His name was Emperor Glorious Star, and the stars on his body shone brightly. The dream god had said that life was like a dream, and a dream was like life. Whether you're going to experience a dream or a life is up to you. So what is considered a win? The Red Fish Emperor asked. If you can walk out of the dreaming of the past on your own, you will win. If you fail, don't be afraid. I will eliminate you and send you out of the dreaming of the past. Of course, you won't be able to find any clues about the longevity fruit. As for anything else, you can try to figure it out yourself in the dreaming of the past. An instant later, the dream god formed a series of hand seals. The consciousness vortex in his hand flew out and enveloped Lin Xian and the other 32 people. Lin Xian and the others felt the world spin around them. It was as if they were descending from the heavens. The ground below them grew larger and larger in their eyes. With a loud boom, their souls felt like they were about to split open. When they opened their eyes, they were no longer looking at the stars descending from the heavens. Lin Xian didn't know what was going on with the others, but he discovered that there were many more monkeys around him. These monkeys were demonic beasts, but they weren't very powerful. In fact, they were quite weak. It had been many years since Lin Xian had felt such a weak cultivation level. It was just like when he had first started cultivating. Where was this place? Lin Xian stood up and discovered that he had grown furry claws. What was going on? He found a small stream and looked at himself, only to find that he had turned into a monkey. What was going on? How did I turn into a monkey? Wait, the dreaming of the past. This was a dream. It was fake. Did he have to break through this illusory dream? Lin Xian prepared to activate his Rinnegan. However, he discovered that all of his theurgy arts were gone. There were no Rinnegan, no dragon sword soul, and no Nine-Yang divine body. There was nothing. He really did seem to have turned into a monkey. Lin Xian stood there in a daze for a long time. First of all, he was sure that this was a dream. As for the dreaming of the past, was it to let them grow again? Take away all of their theurgy arts. Just as he was thinking, the little monkeys around him said, "Run! The demonic wolves from the nearby mountain range are coming again. They want to eat us." The monkeys scattered in a hubbub. Lin Xian turned his head and saw dozens of demonic wolves flying over. These demonic wolves were surrounded by green lightning. Demonic beasts, and they were incomparably stronger than this monkey. They were no match for them. Therefore, he could only run. If he died here, he might not really die, but he would fail. He wouldn't be able to get any clues about the 8 longevity fruits. I can't die now. I want strength. I want to recover my powerful strength. Lin Xian quickly dodged and escaped. First of all, he had to survive. Not only him, but the 32 people who came in were all the same. They didn't have powerful immortal chi, divine fire, and divine abilities. Some became children, some became demonic beasts, and some even became ants and small snakes. Some even became a tree. They were terrified and desperate. Not long after, they faced a crisis. Chapter 60-19. Danger quickly descended upon them, and some of them were turned into ants. In the end, they were quickly trampled to death. In the next instant, he was teleported out of the dream of eternity. His soul shook. When this emperor opened his eyes, he found that he had returned to reality. Did I fail? He had a blank expression on his face. The dream god glanced at him and shook his head slightly. Your aptitude is too poor. You can leave now. After speaking, she waved her hand, tore open the void, and threw this emperor out. In the next instant, her gaze seemed to pierce through the primordial universe and look at the people in the dream of eternity. The corners of her mouth curled up. Let me see how you people cultivate. I hope that I can find my future cultivation path from you. The dream god muttered to himself. That's right. This was her goal. Although she was an immortal, she was still a little confused about her future cultivation path. She didn't know how to walk her path. Therefore, she would capture some people and make them enter the dream of eternity. She would make these people's cultivation and divine abilities disappear. She would turn them into ordinary people, or even worse than ordinary people. She wanted to see how these people would cultivate again and return to their peak. And everyone's cultivation path was different. By observing the cultivation paths of others, she was able to comprehend her own cultivation path. Among these people, there were a few people that she paid special attention to. Lin Xian was one of them. At this moment, Lin Xian was still running away, and the demonic wolves behind him were hot on his heels. Although Lin Xian didn't have any strength now, he still had his experience. Therefore, he set up a few traps and avoided these demonic wolves. He led these monkeys away safely. It's really amazing. How did you do it? From now on, you will be the Monkey King, okay? You will lead us. We don't want to be food for the demonic wolves anymore. The little monkeys looked at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian nodded and said, okay. If he wanted to cultivate, he had to find cultivation resources. Moreover, he had to break this dream of eternity quickly, although he still didn't understand what the dream god was thinking. However, he had a belief in his heart, and that was to quickly cultivate and recover his strength. Only with enough strength would he be able to break this illusion. Lin Xian had experience with array formations, so he began to lead these little monkeys to set up array formations. In the beginning, the formation was simple. Fortunately, the strength of these demonic wolves was not that strong. With the protection of some simple formations, the safety of these little monkeys was greatly improved. Next, Lin Xian taught these little monkeys how to identify spirit herbs and spirit fruits. He told them to quickly collect these spirit fruits. With these spirit herbs and spirit fruits, Lin Xian would be able to embark on the path of cultivation. This dream was a dream, so Lin Xian could not use the power inside the sword world. He had to rely on himself. Lin Xian began to cultivate silently. He recultivated the 9-young body and at the same time comprehended the sword art. His strength was increasing bit by bit. Not only that, but he also taught the surrounding spirit lakes how to cultivate. As a result, the strength of those monkeys rapidly increased. I have been cultivating for half a year now. I am much stronger than before. I wonder what the flow of time is like outside. Logically speaking, there should be a time difference in the dream. Lin Xian had the Rinnegan. He had created illusions more than once to trap the enemy. 2 or 3 seconds outside, but the enemy had already experienced tens of thousands of years. The dream god was a land immortal. The other party's methods should be even stronger than his. Therefore, staying here for many years was actually just a moment in reality. Thinking of this, he no longer had any worries. He said, "A month later, we will destroy those demonic wolves." A month later, Lin Xian rushed over with those little monkeys. The demonic wolves were originally disdainful. However, when they really fought, they realized that they were no match for these monkeys. In the end, these demonic wolves were all destroyed, and the monkeys occupied the demonic wolves' territory. Your Majesty, you are really too powerful. Those monkeys were extremely excited. Lin Xian said, "Collect the spoils of war. Let's continue to cultivate." Other than him, the other great emperors also began to cultivate again. Everyone's cultivation was different. It could be said that there were all kinds of strange things. For example, the Red Fish Emperor found that he had become an ordinary carp. He wanted the carp to leap through the dragon's gate and become a powerful emperor again. Great Emperor Xiang Xingyao, on the other hand, had become a rock, a meteorite that fell from the sky. However, he relied on his powerful experience and terrifying ultimate techniques. He forcibly turned from a rock into a stone man and began to cultivate in reverse again. Other than that, the other great emperors also did the same. Other than the unlucky one who was killed at the beginning, the others did not die. Their strength was rapidly increasing. After all, in this dream of the ages, it was equivalent to them being reborn. With their great emperor-level experience, as long as they had enough strength, they basically had no obstacles. At Monkey Mountain, after Lin Xian destroyed the demonic wolves, he began to think about his cultivation path. Back then, when he started cultivating as a small martial artist, it could be said that it was extremely difficult and dangerous. He cultivated countless cultivation methods and countless ultimate techniques. However, after becoming a great emperor, he only cultivated a few types. Lin Xian was thinking, should he simplify and only cultivate a few simple types? After thinking about it, Lin Xian decided to cultivate the 9-yang divine body, the power of yin and yang and sword techniques. He did not want the other cultivation methods. He wanted to cultivate these to the extreme. After deciding on the cultivation path, his speed became faster and faster. The 9-yang divine body required some scorching power, so Lin Xian sent these monkeys to find it. As long as he found this natural power, he would take the initiative to attack. His physique was gradually becoming stronger. His body became golden, as if flames were jumping. After the surrounding monkeys saw this, they all exclaimed, "King is too powerful, so magical." What was this? I'll teach you. Lin Xian had killed countless experts before and seized countless cultivation methods and secret manuals. As for the terrifying demonic beasts, he had killed many of them. Therefore, he had a lot of martial arts in his hands. He picked some that he did not need and taught these little monkeys. After all, he needed to collect information about all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and he had to rely on these monkeys to inquire about them. Sure enough, after those monkeys finished learning, they were extremely strong. They soared into the clouds and rode the mist. They were extremely excited. "Thank you, Your Majesty. We are willing to follow Your Majesty to the death." Lin Xian said, "Go and find more resources." On this day, a monkey flew over like a gust of wind. He said, "Your Majesty, I found something good. In a cave not far from us, there is a rhinoceros demon. He is much stronger than those demonic wolves from before. Not long ago, I saw the rhinoceros demon's subordinates carrying a terrifying metal block and walking over. The metal block was surrounded by flames. It was extremely magical. The little monkey danced and told him the news. After Lin Xian heard this, his eyes lit up. "Oh, flame divine metal? Coincidentally, I lack a treasure sword." Chapter 62:20. In the distant mountain peak, there was a rhinoceros demon. His strength was also very terrifying. He was the monster king of this area. Recently, he had a distinguished guest, who was a stone man. Although it was a distinguished guest, it was actually someone he didn't dare to provoke. When he first saw the stone man, he wanted to swallow him. However, he was defeated by the stone man. He surrendered and worshipped him as his big brother. The stone man asked him to find all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He had just found a piece of iron that was burning with purple flames. This was a good material for forging weapons. He immediately gave it to him. The stone man in front of him was none other than Emperor Star Glory. He was also preparing to subdue some demonic beasts to collect resources for him. He encountered this rhinoceros demon by chance. After defeating it, he immediately took it as his underling. Now he also lacked a suitable weapon. If he forged a saber, his strength would increase once again. He didn't know when he could become a saint. 100 years? That's too long. I used to be a super great emperor. Even if I cultivate again, it will be very fast for me to become a saint. 50 years. Within 50 years, I must become a saint. Emperor Star Glory set a goal for himself. Because this time, he not only wanted to compete with himself, but also with others. He wanted to be the first to crack the dream of eternity. After all, he could save 8 people from the Nirvana realm after getting the 8 longevity fruits. Boom! Just as he was thinking, a thunderous sound came from outside the cave. Dust flew into the air, and the entire cave began to shake violently. Emperor Star Glory frowned. What's going on? The rhinoceros demon's face changed. Who is so reckless? The little rhinoceros demon outside rushed in and said, Your Majesty, there's a monkey coming to kill Wild. Monkey? From the Monkey Mountain nearby? These people really don't know what's good for them. Big brother, don't worry. I'll kill that monkey now. Don't bother me. The stone man waved his hand and said. The rhinoceros demon hurried out of the cave house. Holding a giant axe, he shouted coldly, Damn monkey, come here and die. This monkey was none other than Lin Xian. When Lin Xian looked at the rhinoceros demon, he said, I heard that you found a piece of iron burning with purple flames. Hand it over, and I'll spare your life. Spare my life? You think you can do that? The rhinoceros spirit laughed loudly. Your Monkey Mountain is too poor, I don't like it. Otherwise, do you think you monkeys would still be alive? However, since you've delivered yourself to death, I'll fulfill your wish. After saying that, he swung his axe over. Lin Xian swayed slightly and dodged the attack. He said, Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, I'll fulfill your wish. After saying that, he coldly snorted. The 9-yang divine body blossomed with radiance. Golden flames appeared on his body, burning fiercely. At this moment, he was like a divine monkey, terrifying to the extreme. What is this? Seeing this scene, the rhinoceros was stunned. What kind of great divine power is this? Since when did the Monkey Mountain have such a monkey king? Pretending to be mysterious, the rhinoceros spirit didn't believe it. He raised the mountain-splitting axe with both hands and swung it viciously. Boom! Lin Xian sent the rhinoceros spirit flying with one punch. Both of the rhinoceros spirit's arms were broken. He screamed and flew backward. When he reached the cave abode, he said, Brother Stone, you have to save me. It's just that this monkey is too powerful. The cave was a mess, and there was the sound of the rhinoceros spirit screaming. The stone man, Emperor Star Glory, frowned. You're really trash. Forget it, I'll take care of it. If he didn't take care of the monkeys outside, how could he refine them into weapons? He walked out and said in a deep voice, Kneel down and accept your death. There was a deep light flickering on this stone man's body. It was unusual at first glance. After Lin Xian saw it, he was stunned. Your Emperor Star Glory? Who are you? Emperor Star Glory was stunned. It was impossible for others to know this name, unless it was the 32 people who came in with him. His face was cold. Golden Flames, who are you? You're from the divine realm. Lin Xian smiled. Your eyesight is really bad. This is the 9-yang divine body. Can't you recognize it? You're trash. What? You're that Lin Wudi. Emperor Star Glory was stunned. However, in the next moment, he smiled cruelly. I didn't expect to meet you here. Lin Wudi, I've heard all kinds of legends about you. You're very strong. You can even kill a super great emperor. However, in this dream of the ancient times, you have no advantage. We've lost all our original unique skills and trump cards. Here, you're no longer the invincible genius. Let's see how I crush you. Emperor Starglory was too excited. This was a good opportunity to attack the other party. He could completely defeat the other party. More importantly, he could eliminate the other party. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh. In the next moment, he made his move. Boom! Emperor Starglory raised his palm. A ray of starlight flowed out of his stone-like palm. It seemed to be connected to the stars in the 9 heavens. This strange scene stunned the rhinoceroses. The Rhinoceros King also exclaimed, "My big brother is really too powerful. That damn monkey definitely can't resist it." Emperor Star Glory slapped out with his palm. The starlight in the sky fell, forming a huge star. The palm covered the entire mountain. "It's so scary. Run." The rhinoceros were terrified. Was this an immortal descending to the mortal world? When had they ever seen such a method, mobilizing the power of heaven and earth? Lin Xian was also surprised. He had to admit that the other party was really a super great emperor. In this short period of cultivation, he could mobilize the power of heaven and earth. But so what? During this period of time, he cultivated the 9 yang divine body and had been strengthening his physique. He wasn't afraid of anything now. He didn't have any trump cards or divine abilities, and neither did the other party. With an angry roar, he punched out. Boom! Although Lin Xian's fist was small, it directly pierced through the terrifying palm of stars. It tore through all the starlight and attacked forcefully like a golden god of war. After cultivating the 9 yang divine body again, Lin Xian had more insights. Previously, he took some detours in his cultivation. He didn't even know that the 9 yang divine body could be cultivated to the earth immortal realm. But now he was different. He had the follow-up laws of the 9 yang divine body. This cultivation would be more perfect. He had made up for all his previous shortcomings. Therefore, at this moment, his fist was like a god. Both sides exchanged 10 moves. Emperor Starglory's face turned ugly. His stone-like body trembled and became dim. How is this possible? I can't beat him. After having this thought, Emperor Starglory was stunned. This was a fair battle. After cultivating again, he was still not a match for him? Impossible, I don't believe it. It seemed that he had to use his killer move. Star Seal. With Emperor Starglory's current strength, he still couldn't use this move. However, there was no other way. There were too many benefits to killing Lin Wudy. Even if the other party didn't really die, he could still eliminate him. Therefore, he had to disregard everything. With an angry roar, he formed a seal with his palm and a powerful force erupted. His body couldn't hold on any longer and cracks appeared. However, he still struck out with his palm. Chapter 62:21. The astral energy in the sky once again descended, causing the void to boil. Even Emperor Starlight's body was unable to withstand it. Many cracks began to appear on his stone-like body. The Rhinoceros King had already fled far away. This palm strike posed a fatal threat to him. Lin Xian's eyebrows also sank. Was the Rhinoceros King going all out? But did he have the right to do so? Whoosh! Lin Xian didn't use his 9 yang divine body to block the attack. Instead, he waved his hand and snapped off a tree branch in the distance. He removed the leaves from the branch and gripped it in his hand like a sword. His gaze became incredibly cold. Other than being a powerful cultivator of the physique, he was also very strong. He was also a swordsman, and a peerless swordsman at that. With this sword in hand, his aura began to change. At this moment, he was like an unsheathed divine sword, incomparably sharp. The void around him constantly trembled, as if it couldn't withstand the pressure at all. Essence, energy, and spirit as one. What a powerful sword intent! The dream god had been paying close attention this entire time. Apart from the one who had been eliminated, there were still 31 cultivators left. Different paths of cultivation, different lives, all of them were in full view. Some people truly surprised him, especially now that he had discovered the battle between Lin Xian and Emperor Starlight. He was even more surprised These two had performed exceptionally well after cultivating again. However, he hadn't expected the two of them to exchange blows so quickly. Interesting. Let me see how you're going to fight at such a low cultivation base. The dream god paid close attention. Lin Xian and Emperor Starlight didn't know that the dream god was paying close attention to them. They didn't know what the dream god was thinking either. At this moment, they ignored everything else. They only had eyes for their enemies. Go to hell. After the astral seal was unleashed, Emperor Starlight let out a sigh of relief. The astral light on his body had dimmed significantly. This attack had exceeded his ability to withstand. However, it was worth it to be able to kill his opponent. The moment the astral seal was unleashed, Lin Xian's sword also attacked. Even though it was just an ordinary tree branch, this sword strike was incredibly mysterious and ever-changing. With a light wave, the entire void seemed to tremble. The wind blew and the clouds surged. A vortex appeared in front of Lin Xian. The vortex blocked the star seal and seemed to want to swallow it. It was useless. It couldn't be swallowed. The star seal has surpassed your current realm. You definitely can't block it. Great Emperor Xing Yao was very confident. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. This was because he realized that, for some reason, Lin Xian was acting strangely. He actually managed to break through the star seal. That tree branch directly rushed towards him. This was impossible. What kind of swordsmanship was that? He didn't even have the power of the great dragon sword soul, so how could he still use this kind of sword technique? Great Emperor Star Brilliance was really stunned. Just as he was in a daze, the sword came over and pierced his shoulder. With a boom, it was as if he was struck by lightning, and his entire body actually flew out. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he walked over. He said in a low voice, "You know nothing about my sword technique. Even if the great dragon sword spirit is not here, I am still an expert in the way of the sword." With another sword, Great Emperor Star Brilliance flew out again. His body was originally made of stone. At this moment, countless stones fell down. He was severely injured. Damn it, just you wait. Great Emperor Star Brilliance turned around and ran. What a joke, he didn't want to die. I'll eliminate you. Lin Xian's sword flew out. Crack, crack, crack. However, halfway through, the tree branch suddenly broke and turned into powder. Lin Xian was taken aback and then smiled bitterly. I forgot that this was just a tree branch. It couldn't withstand too much power. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Great Emperor Star Brilliance escaped. However, Lin Xian ignored him. Inside the cave abode, there was a metal the size of a millstone. There were indeed purple flames jumping on it. Good stuff. If he used this metal to make a sword, then his strength would be much stronger than before. If the sword just now had the support of such a sword, it wouldn't have been interrupted. This Great Emperor Star Brilliance was nothing to be afraid of. The other party still followed the original cultivation path without any improvement. What was the use of only seeking speed? Lin Xian sneered. The other party was too idiotic. One had to know that dreaming back to the ancient times was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So what if he was a great emperor who could have a chance to cultivate again? For example, how many tens of thousands of years had it taken for Lin Zhan to reincarnate? Lin Xian couldn't afford to waste it. The others couldn't either. The price was too high. However, in this dream back to the ancient times, he had such an opportunity. He could restart his path of cultivation here without any misgivings. He could make up for all the mistakes and shortcomings from before. What he pursued was not speed, but quality. However, this idiot Great Emperor Star Brilliance had neglected this point. So what if the other party was alive? So what if the other party's realm was high? There was no point in walking the same path twice. The rhinoceros spirit ran over and knelt on the ground. Monkey King, from now on, you are my boss and I am your underling. I will not hesitate to go through mountains of knives and seas of fire. Monkey King, please spare my life. It's not that I can't spare you, but you have to continue collecting resources for me. Do you understand? No problem. The stone man from before also asked me to do this. Don't worry, I have experience. Go. Lin Xian waved his hand and said. Next, he began to forge his own sword. Time passed in the blink of an eye. 3 years had passed. Not only did Lin Xian successfully forge a purple fire sword, but he also conquered all the beasts within a radius of 800 miles. They all knew that an extremely terrifying Monkey King had appeared in Monkey Mountain. He was extremely powerful. Not only was his physique strong, but his sword technique was also unparalleled. One sword slashed the sky, and one sword destroyed the earth. Indeed, Lin Xian had walked further on the path of the sword. Lin Xian now had a deeper understanding of cultivation. He only cultivated his physique and sword technique. He didn't cultivate anything else. Although this was simple, Lin Xian's sword was ever-changing and encompassing everything. Not only did it encompass the 5 elements, but it also encompassed yin and yang. His sword was a piece of heaven, a world. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura rose from Lin Xian's body. A sword appeared under his feet and soared into the sky. At this moment, thunder faintly appeared between heaven and earth. The beasts on the surrounding mountains all prostrated themselves. In fact, countless people in this world were shocked. What was this? They were all stunned. Lin Xian was excited. His sword Tao was formed. Great Tao. This was a power that only saints could come into contact with. He didn't expect that his sword technique had already come into contact with the realm of the Great Tao. The 3 years had really made him happy and surprised. It seemed that he had gained a lot from this dream of the ancient times. What a terrifying sword Tao! In the vast forest, there was a giant python that was 100 meters long. He breathed out smoke, and there were countless corpses of beasts under his feet. This giant python was very ferocious. However, it was the Red Fish Emperor. The Red Fish Emperor grew from a small carp to the king of giant pythons. He had also experienced a lot. However, he had yet to condense his own great Tao. At this moment, he raised his head and looked into the distance at the light of the sword Tao. His eyes were filled with envy. Who was it? How could he condense a great Tao in such a short time? Chapter 62:22. Immortal City, the 2nd level. This place was still as mysterious as ever. Many challengers had arrived at the 2nd level. They began to search the area. However, they didn't know that the group that had arrived earlier, such as Lin Xian and the others, had already been tested. In a mysterious place in Immortal City, the dream god looked at the scene in Dream of Ancient Times. He was also shocked. He had formed his own great Tao so quickly. This young man was really extraordinary. His cultivation wasn't very high before. It could even be said that he wasn't outstanding. However, he was the first person to form his own great Tao. What a terrifying sword Tao! I have to observe him carefully. The dream god began to pay attention to Lin Xian. After Lin Xian formed his great Tao, he roared to the sky. His sword Tao was becoming more and more terrifying and mysterious. My great Tao is not perfect yet. I need to continue improving it. At this moment, Lin Xian stepped into the air. He stepped in all directions. Wherever he passed, countless monsters and creatures knelt down. No one dared to resist. When Lin Xian crossed the forest, he met a new opponent, the Black Bear Spirit. This black bear also had its own great Tao. Around it, there was a black storm circling around. When he learned that a new expert had arrived, the Black Bear Spirit was stunned. He walked out of his cave and looked into the distance. However, he didn't attack. Instead, he smiled. I didn't expect that in the small forest ahead, a saint sage would appear. I'm surprised that a saint of the Great Path has appeared. I'm Black Wind. I see that you're very strong. How about we become sworn brothers? When the time comes, we can join forces. No one in this demon mountain will be our match. Become sworn brothers? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and smiled. No need. You're not qualified to become sworn brothers with me. Lin Xian was speaking the truth. The black bear spirit was furious. This guy is so arrogant. One of his subordinates said, My king, didn't you just get 2 spirit pills? Why don't you invite this person and experiment with him? The black bear spirit's eyes lit up. Good idea. He had obtained 2 spirit pills from an ancient cave. These pills were extremely mysterious. One was black and the other was white. However, he did not dare to test it out rashly. The reason for that was because he discovered that only one of the 2 pills was effective. The other one was poison. That was why if he ate the wrong thing, he would undoubtedly die. Even if he possessed the great Tao and was a saint, he still couldn't comprehend it. Now that he had met another saint of the great path, he had an idea to let the other party eat one. If it was poison, then it would be fine if the other party died. If it wasn't poison, then he would swallow the other party and eat the other party's flesh. In this way, he could be considered to have eaten a miracle pill. Thinking of this, he smiled sinisterly. Brother, let's not talk about becoming sworn brothers for now. Come to my cave and have a seat. I just obtained something good. Help me take a look. If it's good stuff, then bring it over. Lin Xian looked down, an extremely cold light erupting from his eyes. With a slash of his sword, he slashed Black Wind's cave into 2 halves. Countless demonic beasts had died inside. Hei Feng was shocked. The next moment, he was furious. Do you want to die? Do you really think I don't dare to do anything to you? Hei Feng went crazy and waved his claws. Suddenly, the black storm became extremely ferocious and turned into 2 tornadoes. It crushed the void and swept up toward the sky. Lin Xian slashed out with his sword and shattered the black storm. He said, I came here to fight and improve myself. Do you deserve to be my brother? Lin Xian's arrogance completely angered Hei Feng. Hei Feng charged toward the sky, and the 2 fought fiercely. The wind and clouds in the sky changed, and it was extremely terrifying. After 10 moves, Hei Feng was sent flying by the sword, and his blood stained the sky. He screamed in horror. The other party had just obtained the law of the Great Path. How could he be so powerful? Lin Xian didn't spare him. After a few more moves, Hei Feng's body was torn apart. He screamed in horror, No, spare my life. I'm willing to give you my treasure. He begged for mercy frantically. The other demonic beasts knelt on the ground in fright. In that case, hand it over. Lin Xian stood above the sky with his sword in hand. The black bear below hurriedly took out the 2 spirit pills he had obtained. It was a treasure box. After opening it, there were these 2 pills inside, one black and one white. There were mysterious pill patterns on them, and the aura they emitted made Lin Xian's great path boil. When Hei Feng saw this scene, a hint of pain appeared in his eyes. However, he didn't tell the other party that one of them was poison. In the end, the other party would definitely die if he ate it. Although he couldn't kill the other party with his own hands, being able to see the other party die with his own eyes was considered revenge. Lin Xian waved his hand and took the treasure box over. When he looked at the black and white pills, he was extremely surprised. Good stuff. After eating it, his strength could still improve again. He didn't know when he could recover to become a great emperor. In the next moment, he didn't think too much and directly swallowed these 2 pills together. Great, he ate it. He ate it. Hei Feng cheered excitedly below. However, he still held back. When the other party flared up, he would see how he could destroy the other party. After Lin Xian swallowed the black and white pills, a mysterious light appeared on his body. In the next moment, his pupils constricted, and a rumbling sound came from his body. His body began to shake. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ha! Seeing this scene, Hei Feng stood up and laughed. How is it? It doesn't feel good, does it? There's poison in it. Even if you have a great path, you will definitely die. Kneel down and beg me, and I will give you a quick death." The other demons also stood up and sneered. They pulled out their swords and sabers, ready to attack at any time. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with shock as he hovered in the air. Although he spat out blood earlier, there was a Taiji diagram in his body that quickly condensed and formed. With the black and white as the origin, it began to spin. Boom! Then, the Taiji diagram flew out of his body and spun rapidly behind him. The yin-yang aura condensed. What's going on? The black bear below was stunned when it saw this scene. Millions of demons were also dumbfounded. This kid didn't die. Why do I feel that his aura has become stronger again? Hei Feng's body trembled, and his eyes almost popped out. After a long while, he exclaimed, "A second great path. You actually condensed a second great path." That's right. After eating this black and white spirit pill, Lin Xian condensed the yin-yang great path. His strength changed again and improved a lot. Another black and white pillar of light pierced through the sky. At this moment, countless eyes looked up. In a cave abode, when Great Emperor Xingyao saw this scene, he went crazy. His body trembled. This is the yin-yang aura of that Lin Wudi. He can condense a second great path. He has completely surpassed me. How is this possible? Have I been defeated? Am I really not as good as him? Great Emperor Xingyao's confidence collapsed at this moment. Chapter 60-23. Lin Xian had condensed his second great Tao, and his power had greatly increased. His lips curled into a smile as he looked at the black bear spirit below. He said, "Were you plotting against me?" Plop! The black bear spirit knelt on the ground, looking worse than crying. He quickly explained, "How is that possible?" "Almighty, I was just joking with you. Look, these black and white elixirs are all miraculous elixirs. Otherwise, how could you condense your second great Tao?" Humph! Lin Xian scoffed, and his voice was like thunder. The pressure on his body swept out, and the Tai Chi diagram hit the black bear spirit directly. The black bear spirit was knocked to the ground, and a terrifying pit appeared on the ground. The black bear spirit spat out blood and screamed, "Spare me, Almighty!" The other beasts also knelt on the ground. Even their king was defeated. How could they resist? Lin Xian said, "Spare me, give me a reason. I know a beast with a treasure. If you get that treasure, you can condense your third great Tao." Third great Tao! Lin Xian shook his head. "I won't condense a normal great Tao. If I do, I hope it has something to do with fire. If the treasure you're talking about has nothing to do with fire, you'll go to hell." "Fire?" Black Wind thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "That beast does have a powerful fire, and he has a treasure that's very similar to your yin-yang great Tao." "Oh, really?" Lin Xian was even more surprised. "Take me there." He waved his hand, and the yin-yang diagram flew up with Black Wind. Black Wind pointed in a direction, and Lin Xian turned into a beam of sword light and disappeared. Wuya Mountain. The mountain was high, and the wind was strong. There were no clouds for thousands of miles. There was a cave abode on the mountain, and countless small beasts lived at the foot of the mountain. Every day, they would kill some creatures and worship them with their blood. The blood would all fly to the cave at the top of the mountain. At this moment, in the void near Wuya Mountain, a sword light stopped and turned into a human. It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian was followed by Black Bear. Black Bear pointed at Wuya Mountain and said, "It's there. That beast is there." What kind of demonic beast was he? Lin Xian asked. Naturally, he could feel that there was a terrifying message coming from the mountain peak in front of him that made him feel pressured. Black Bear said, "It's a golden-winged rock with terrifying strength. He's the king here." No one dared to go against him. Golden-winged rock? Lin Xian nodded after hearing that. He wasn't too surprised. Previously in the real world, He had killed countless powerhouses. The golden-winged rock was nothing in front of him. Even now, he just didn't care. Black Bear said, "Your Majesty, I'll call him for you." After saying that, he wanted to fly down. However, Lin Xian grabbed him and said, "There's no need to go through so much trouble." Lin Xian swung his sword at Boundless Mountain while shouting, "Golden-winged rock, come out!" What? Black Wind was stunned. Morning Ching is a fierce man. Do you know how powerful the golden-winged rock is? You dare to be so arrogant? It's over, it's over. This guy is dead for sure. He had to hide far away. At the foot of Boundless Mountain, the worshipping demonic beasts were also stunned. They all looked up at the sky. Some of the great demons were furious. "You're courting death." 3 great demons soared into the sky, their demonic aura monstrous. With peerless weapons in their hands, they swung them fiercely. Heaven and earth shattered as if the world was about to be destroyed. Black Wind was so scared that he quickly ran away. This kid probably couldn't even beat these great demons, right? After all, Boundless Mountain was a very terrifying place. Get lost. Facing the 3 great demons, Lin Xian snorted coldly and swung down the sword in his hand. It turned into purple flames and slashed down from the sky. A sword turned into a dragon. A giant dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, shattering the bodies of the 3 great demons. Between heaven and earth, the dragon's roar sounded. This scene was extremely shocking. Black Wind was stunned, and countless demonic beasts below were terrified. Broken bodies fell, and Boundless Mountain was dyed red with blood. All the blood flew toward Boundless Mountain. Lin Xian frowned after seeing this. It's so strange. What kind of cultivation technique is the person inside practicing? He slashed at Boundless Mountain with his sword. Inside Boundless Mountain, a figure opened his eyes. In front of him, there was a yin-yang bottle that was spinning and spitting out light, absorbing the power of the blood. And that figure was extremely terrifying. He had a human body and a pair of golden wings on his back. At this moment, he stood up and was incomparably tall. "Who dares to disturb my cultivation?" "You're courting death." He looked outside and snorted coldly. Then he grabbed the air with his palm. Outside Boundless Mountain, the void shook, and a golden claw grabbed at Lin Xian from all directions. Oh no! Before the claw landed, Black Wind vomited a large mouthful of blood. He was no match for it at all. Lin Xian was also stunned. This was the power of a quasi-emperor. This golden-winged rock was actually 6-crowned king. This was a true demon king. It was too terrifying. He had just condensed 2 great Daos. Among the saints, he could sweep through everything. However, compared to a quasi-emperor, he was still far behind. Of course, that was only his current strength. Lin Xian's true realm was that of a great emperor. Therefore, he was still not afraid. He stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "You're practicing the power of yin and yang, right? You're on the wrong path. Your Tao is wrong." Buzz! The golden claw in the sky stopped. Black Wind was stunned. At that moment, he thought that they were definitely going to die and turn into ashes. But he didn't expect that there would be a turn for the better. The next moment, a cold voice came from Boundless Mountain. "Continue. All things carry yin and embrace yang. Do you understand?" Lin Xian said. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura rushed out of Boundless Mountain. Suddenly, the sky fell and the earth cracked. This was the power of a quasi-emperor, far surpassing that of a saint. The great demons below also kept trembling. It's over. This guy has angered the golden-winged rock. He's dead meat. Black Wind's face was also filled with despair. Following this, the entrance to the Wuya mountain cave opened, and a golden figure walked out from it. His appearance caused countless demonic beasts to prostrate themselves in worship. This was the golden-winged rock. His aura was indeed powerful. Lin Xian was surprised, but he only nodded slightly. He had even seen more than one real Earth immortal, let alone a mere six-crown king. Lin Xian stood there like a god who ruled the world. His eyes were incomparably deep. This made the golden-winged rock even more surprised. When the other party said those words, the yin-yang vase in front of him shook violently. This made him extremely surprised. The other party had spoken of the true essence of the great Tao of yin and yang. However, when he saw that the other party was just a small saint, he was stunned. He was stunned. What was going on? Who are you? Tell me your name. The golden-winged rock said in a deep voice. As his voice fell, the boundless silver flames on his body swept through the 9 heavens. Lin Xian's gaze went past him and looked at the cave. He saw a yin-yang vase. The next moment he waved his hand and a Taiji diagram appeared. Come here. A faint voice sounded. The yin-yang vase in the crow cave instantly flew over. It floated in front of Lin Xian. It seemed to be very obedient. This scene made the golden-winged rock's eyes almost pop out. How was this possible? He had obtained this treasure. It had been 800 years, but he hadn't refined it. Did the other party make this vase recognize him as its master with just a few words? Chapter 60-24. The yin-yang dual energy bottle spun quickly in front of Lin Xian, looking very obedient. This made the golden-winged rock dumbfounded. You also know the law of yin and yang? He said in surprise. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the yin and yang aura appeared from his body. Then it spun quickly, forming a Taiji diagram. It was extremely mysterious. Perfect fusion. After the golden-winged rock king saw it, he was extremely shocked. May I know who exactly you are? I came from beyond the heavens. Lin Xian pointed at the sky. Then he looked at the other party. He said, Your law of yin and yang is not very good. As Lin Xian's voice sounded, some of the yin and yang aura on the golden-winged rock's body quickly collapsed. Senior, please enlighten me. The golden-winged rock was extremely excited. One had to know how much he wanted to possess the power of yin and yang. However, this power was too difficult for him to control. Now that he had met an expert of the law of yin and yang, how could he miss it? Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, The Tao cannot be taught easily. At this moment, Lin Xian's eyes were extremely deep, as if he was looking down on all living things. What kind of gaze was that? The golden-winged rock was stunned. As the six-crown king, he couldn't release such an expression. Could it be that this person had surpassed him? But why did it feel like he was just a saint? In an instant, he thought of countless possibilities. However, he still didn't understand what the other party meant by coming from beyond the heavens. However, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had to seize it. The next moment, he lowered his head. I am willing to follow Senior. Please teach me the law of yin and yang. After saying that, he bowed deeply. This scene stunned the black bear's spirit in the distance. This was the golden-winged rock king. What a terrifying existence. Down below, the great demons of Boundless Mountain were also dumbstruck like statues. What did they see? Their king had actually submitted to them. Who exactly was this young man? Follow me? Lin Xian looked at him and smiled. Can you do it? I can guide you. However, I don't keep trash by my side. If you can't satisfy me, I will chase you away at any time. Senior, please instruct me. No matter what you say, I will definitely do it. The golden-winged rock's attitude became even more respectful. Don't call me Senior, just call me Young Master. Yes, Young Master. Lin Xian extended his hand and the Tai Chi diagram spun. Then it turned into a yin-yang sword and circled around him. Look, this is the power of yin and yang. After that, Lin Xian demonstrated and gave a few pointers. Instantly, the golden-winged rock king was enlightened. So that's how it is. You can actually cultivate like this. Heavens, I have heavens, I... The golden-winged great rock king was enlightened. He was extremely grateful. Young master's words are better than my 1,000 years of cultivation. Master, go ahead and tell me, even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of flames. Lin Xian said, I do need your help with something. Let's go to your cave abode. Young master, with the golden-winged great Peng King leading the way, the two entered the boundless cave abode, the great rock. They had seen how excited the golden-winged great rock king was during their simple conversation. At the same time, they felt that even though Lin Xian's words were simple, they just couldn't understand it. Was the great Tao simple? They wouldn't be able to understand Lin Xian's words unless they entered the quasi-emperor realm. Lin Xian Rock King entered the boundless cave and nodded slightly. Yes, this was the right place for him to cultivate. He said, leave the yin and yang dual qi bottle in my hands first. I will guide you in your cultivation in the future. When you completely master the yin and yang laws, I will return this bottle to you. It was useless for Lin Xian to have this thing. After all, this was just a dream. He would return to reality. Yes, the golden-winged rock king nodded respectfully. He said, young master, what do you need me to do? Lin Xian's body shook. The 9-yang divine body bloomed with light. He seemed to have turned into a sun or god. He said, I want to cultivate my physique, so I need an extremely terrifying flame. I heard from the black bear spirit that you have this flame. I do have a kind of origin flame called the golden rock fire. The golden-winged rock king waved his hand and golden flames appeared. This was his demonic fire. It was extremely terrifying. All right, inject the demonic fire into the entire cave. I want to cultivate. The golden-winged rock king began to release his demonic fire. Lin Xian took out a jade scroll. He engraved some of his understanding of the yin and yang laws on it and threw it to the other party. After releasing the flames, the golden-winged rock king received the jade scroll. He was extremely excited. He retreated to the side and began to cultivate the yin and yang energy. As for Lin Xian, he walked into the golden rock fire and began to cultivate his 9-yang divine body. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Of course, this was only 10 years in the dream. Perhaps only a few days had passed in the outside world. It might even be a few hours. On this day, in the boundless cave, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The golden rock fire around him had all disappeared. His 9-yang divine body had become more and more terrifying. At this moment, he had already become a supreme saint and was about to enter the quasi-emperor realm. However, it was still not enough. The golden crow fire could no longer provide him with power. If he couldn't find a new flame, his cultivation speed would probably slow down. Lin Xian didn't know how far the others had cultivated. However, he couldn't be careless. Lin Xian told the golden-winged rock king about his worries. After hearing this, the golden-winged rock king nodded. He said, young master, my strength is limited. With the golden rock fire that I currently provide, this is all I can do. However, I know of another flame that is extremely terrifying. Even I don't dare to fight against it easily. Oh, what flame? Where is it? The golden-winged rock king stood up and took a deep breath. His expression became extremely serious. That flame was called the 3 True Fire. This flame was said to be in the sky. It was extremely mysterious and rare. Even a quasi-emperor couldn't find it. But there was a legend that back then a portion of the 3 True Fire fell from the sky and turned into a domain. I haven't seen it. It's said that the domain is extremely terrifying. A quasi-emperor would most likely die if he went in. 3 True Fire, Fire Domain. After Lin Xian heard this, he took a deep breath. A cold light burst out from his eyes. He had never heard of such a flame. However, to be able to make the golden-winged rock king so terrified, one could imagine that it was definitely an extremely terrifying flame. He would go to the fire domain to look for the 3 True Fire. Lin Xian felt that after finding the 3 True Fire, he would definitely be able to break through and become a quasi-emperor. He might even be close to becoming a great emperor. Take me to the fire domain. As for whether you enter the fire domain or not, it's up to you. Moreover, along the way, I can continue to guide you on the laws of yin and yang. Okay, the golden-winged rock king nodded. Although he had already condensed the laws of yin and yang, he was still insignificant compared to Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian's true identity was a great emperor. Moreover, he was a great emperor who had cultivated the power of an immortal. It couldn't be easier to guide the golden-winged rock king. On this day, the door of the boundless cave abode opened, and the golden-winged rock king flew out. His roar shook the 9 heavens. At this moment, all the great demons in the surrounding area gathered and bowed. However, the golden-winged rock king ignored these great demons. He spread his body, flapped his wings, and crawled in the void. At the same time, he said, "Young master, please." Countless great demons looked up at the sky. Under their shocked gazes, a figure arrived on the back of the golden-winged rock king. Chapter 60-25. Heavens. The king in their eyes, the golden-winged rock, had become a mount? It was too unbelievable. One had to know how unruly the golden-winged rock was. There was once a peerless powerhouse from another region who wanted to subdue the golden-winged rock. At that time, the peerless powerhouse came across the sky and fought with the golden-winged rock. The two sides fought for a year and 8 months. It was really a chaotic battle that destroyed mountains and rivers. The golden-winged rock's body was pierced through. However, in the end, he still did not submit. In fact, he even risked his life. That peerless powerhouse had no choice but to leave. He did not expect that the golden-winged rock would be willing to let a youth stand on his back. What kind of trust was this? Let's go. Lin Xian came to the golden-winged rock's back and stood with his hands behind his back. He said, "The golden-winged rock spread his wings. His rock traveled thousands of miles. His speed was extremely fast." Lin Xian began to comprehend the sword technique. Because according to the golden-winged rock, the fiery realm was very far away. Even if he was already a rock, it would take him 3 years to fly at this extreme speed. This dream of the ages was really vast. Perhaps only the gods of the land could create such an environment. He wondered just how powerful the dream god was. Lin Xian and the others experienced a lot during the 3-year journey. Along the way, they encountered countless powerhouses. There were humans, beasts, and even vengeful spirits, ghost soldiers, and other strange creatures. Lin Xian fought with them. Every battle was earth-shattering. He once fought his way up to the 9 heavens and fought with a golden crow in the sky. With the strength of his body, he tore the golden crow apart. He also entered the boundless sea and fought with a quasi-emperor flood dragon. That flood dragon rode tens of thousands of demons and swept through the world. However, its body was cut down by Lin Xian. At that time, the sea was completely dyed a sea of blood. Countless beasts were in despair and fear. Lin Xian shattered tens of thousands of ghosts and killed a group of ghost soldiers with a punch. Every battle of his became a legend that was widely spread in this world. Everyone knew that there was a handsome young man who carried a purple longsword on his back and rode a golden-winged great pung to the west. He was looking for the mysterious fire domain. In these 3 years, Lin Xian's swordsmanship had become even more terrifying and mysterious. The coldness of the sword made the golden-winged great rock's hair stand on end. Although the other party was only a great sage now, it would only take a few moves for the other party to kill him. With such strength, he might really be able to enter the fire domain. The golden-winged rock's strength had also increased a lot. It was a mutated beast of heaven and earth, possessing a powerful physique and terrifying flames. Now he had already cultivated the yin-yang law that he wanted. Although he was not as good as Lin Xian, however, compared to before, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Other than Lin Xian, the others had also made breakthroughs. Out of the 31 intruders, 2 of them were eliminated. In the process of their growth, they encountered opponents that they could not defeat. It wasn't that they were weak, but that they were too unlucky. Therefore, they were eliminated. After the two of them left, the dream god Sai teleported them away. There were 29 people left. Among them, Lin Xian was the fastest. He had formed 2 great Daos and become a great sage. The 9-yang divine body had reached an unbelievable level, and his swordsmanship was so powerful that it could kill a boundary emperor. In addition, the Red Fish Emperor and the others had also advanced by leaps and bounds, entering the Saint Realm. The Red Fish Emperor had also cultivated to the Great Sage Realm. He did not go on land, but instead fought in the endless sea. He grew from a small carp to a water snake to a giant python and then to a flood dragon. Next, he began to transform into a human. The few people from the divine realm had also grown very well. However, Emperor Starlight's speed had slowed down. He had no choice. He had met Lin Xian before. After the battle with Lin Xian, his confidence had been shattered. As a result, his progress was very slow. When the dream god saw this scene, he shook his head and sighed. He knew that it was only a matter of time before Emperor Starlight was defeated. However, there was another person on the other side that he paid special attention to. She was a woman, dressed in green. Her name was Emperor Tsongqing. She was also a super great emperor, but her strength was not as strong as Emperor Starlight's. However, she had performed very well in the Dream of Eternity. Now, she had begun to break through to the Boundary Emperor realm. This woman cultivated the merciless Tao, and her speed was very fast. This greatly surprised the Dream God. However, the Dream God would not cultivate the merciless Tao. He could absorb some of the advantages of the merciless Tao. This time, these intruders are not bad. They have given me new ideas about the Tao of the future. The Dream God nodded his head repeatedly as he watched these people cultivate. However, it was still not enough. He wondered if these little fellows could successfully walk out of the Dream of Eternity. 3 years had passed in the midst of the battles along the way. After Lin Xian killed a powerful demon king, he saw boundless flames in front of him. Was the blaze realm in front of him? Lin Xian asked. The golden-winged great rock also looked into the distance and took a deep breath. That's right. The legendary blaze realm had finally arrived. In the past 3 years, he had been flying at full speed. He was very tired. If Lin Xian had not insisted on coming, he would not have wasted 3 years to come to the Inferno prison. Although there was Samadhi true fire here, it was extremely dangerous. Normal boundary emperors would not dare to come here. Lin Xian looked at the golden-winged great rock. Then he tossed the yin-yang bottle to him. He said, "That's enough. You have finished cultivating the laws of yin and yang. Also, you have brought me to the blaze realm. You don't owe me anything. You can leave now." "Sir." The golden-winged great rock was a little excited. The yin-yang bottle was a treasure, and Lin Xian had given it to him so easily. He felt that he could not see through this young man. In the past 3 years, he realized that Lin Xian was unfathomable. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I am willing to accompany you. Are you not afraid of death?" Lin Xian smiled. The golden-winged great rock said, "I am, but I am more afraid of being stagnant. I feel that if I follow you, I might be able to reach a higher realm if I don't die. Okay, come with me. I promise you won't die." Lin Xian turned around with a smile and walked toward the Inferno prison. The golden-winged great rock was excited. He followed. "Stop. This is the Blaze Realm. Leave quickly." When Lin Xian arrived at the edge of the Inferno prison, a cold voice suddenly came from ahead. This voice caused one's soul to tremble. Lin Xian stopped. He looked forward and saw that the ground in front of him had changed. Under the ground, there was endless lava and terrifying flames. Although it was only a step away, it was 2 different worlds. Chapter 62:26. In front of him was a boundless fire domain. The power of the flames was extremely terrifying. Stop! It's the endless fire domain. You can't enter it. 3 fire snakes walked out of the flames in front of him. They were wearing armor and holding sabers in their hands as they spoke coldly. It was indeed the endless fire domain. Lin Xian smiled. I heard that there's the Samadhi true fire here. Is that true? How dare you? Are you here to seize the Samadhi true fire? You're not qualified. One of the fire serpents roared angrily and thrust the spear in its hand over. Boom! Lin Xian took a step forward and swatted the flaming spear away with a slap. Then he stretched out his hand and turned it into a flaming mountain, suppressing the 3-headed fire snake on the ground. Who are you? Let us go, and you're dead. The 3-headed fire snake roared. At the same time, they let out shrill cries. In the depths of the flames, an even more majestic voice came. Who dares to behave atrociously in the fire domain? Your Majesty, it's this kid. Please kill him and save us. The 3-headed fire snake let out a miserable cry. In the distance, dozens of figures walked out. Among them, there was a tall python covered in flames. That was the Fire Snake King. His strength was incomparably strong. A trace of astonishment appeared in his eyes. At the same time, there was a terrifying killing intent. How dare you attack my subordinates? Who are you? You don't deserve to know who I am. Get out of the way. I want to enter this fire domain to find the Samadhi true fire. You're courting death. The Fire Snake King was furious. He quickly charged over. Lin Xian didn't move, but the golden-winged Rock King behind him attacked. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. The Fire Snake King was shocked. You're a powerful monster king. Why are you here to behave atrociously? Do you know? The master of this endless fire domain is the Flame Emperor, an existence that transcends everything. You're no match for him at all. The Flame Emperor. Hearing this name, the golden-winged Rock King was stunned. Is this the master of the fire domain? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Oh, a great emperor? No wonder this fire domain is so terrifying. No matter where a great emperor was, they were extremely terrifying existences. A demon king like the Great Pin King was no match for a great emperor. Even if countless demon kings came, they probably wouldn't be able to fight against a great emperor. Who was it? A loud voice came from the depths of the fire domain. It sounded like thousands of claps of thunder. When the golden-winged Rock King heard this sound, he kept retreating. As if he had been struck by lightning, he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. How terrifying! A single sound had injured him. If it were to be slapped, it would definitely die. No wonder no one dared to come here. The Fire Snake King, on the other hand, was extremely excited. It was the voice of the Flame Emperor. You have angered the Flame Emperor. You will all die. Young master, shall we leave? The Flame Emperor inside was really too terrifying. The golden-winged Great Rock King's face was filled with shock. The Fire Snake King sneered. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? After he finished speaking, dozens of demon kings appeared in the distance. None of them were weaker than the Golden Rock King. The golden-winged Rock King was stunned. This was really a forbidden land of death. No one dared to be presumptuous here. However, Lin Xian smiled. The Flame Emperor? He walked forward. He said, I'm here to borrow the 3 true fire. Buzz. In the fire domain ahead, 49 powerful demon kings all stood up when they heard this. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. As long as the Flame Emperor gave the order, they would attack crazily. At this moment, the golden-winged Rock King's face became extremely pale. 49 existences that weren't weaker than him. He would probably be beaten into a bloody mist in an instant. No matter how powerful Lin Xian was, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. A cold light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Then he formed a mysterious trajectory with his finger. The 49 demon kings on the opposite side trembled. Although this light didn't have any attack power, it seemed to contain the great Tao of heaven and earth. That great Tao directly suppressed their souls. They couldn't even raise their heads. What was going on? Who exactly was this young man? Why did they feel like they were facing the Flame Emperor when they faced him? Who are you? In the endless fire domain, the Flame Emperor spoke again. In the next moment, 10,000 flames surged, and a tall man walked out from inside. This man looked to be in his 30s. He was extremely handsome, and his black hair danced in the wind. He was wearing a flaming battle robe. He stood there like a fire god from the 9 heavens. Was this the Flame Emperor? The golden-winged Rock King felt like kneeling in front of this figure. He couldn't help but kneel down with a plop. There was nothing he could do. This aura was too strong. The other party didn't deliberately release anything, but the power of the great Emperor swept through the world. The Fire Snake King and the other 49 Demon Kings all knelt on the ground. At the same time, they looked at Lin Xian proudly. Kid, did you see that? This is the Flame Emperor of the Fire Domain. How powerful! He can destroy you with a single finger. However, when they saw Lin Xian, they were stunned. This was because Lin Xian was still standing there calmly, as if he wasn't affected at all. How was that possible? He actually blocked it. What was going on? The Flame Emperor's eyes flickered, and an extremely mysterious light appeared in his eyes. He said, "You are indeed extraordinary. Although you are only a great saint, why do I feel a power that surpasses the Bible in you?" Lin Xian smiled. "That's because I have also proven my Tao," Lin Xian said as he walked forward. The great Emperor's power had no effect on him. He came to the opposite side of the Flame Emperor. The Flame Emperor was even more shocked. This young man was really amazing. "Fellow Taoist, please," the Flame Emperor said with a smile. "How about we have a Tao discussion?" Lin Xian said. The two walked in while talking and laughing. The endless sea of fire surrendered under their feet. It was as if two gods were traveling. The Flame Emperor didn't make a move. Instead, he invited the other party in. It was incredible. The 49 Demon Kings were dumbfounded. The golden-winged Rock King heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, he had walked around the gates of hell. Next, he just had to wait. The Tao discussion in the endless sea of fire belonged to the great Emperor level. The other Demon Kings were not qualified to watch at all. They even felt the sound of the great Tao coming from inside from time to time, which made their bodies almost split open. 9 days later, the Flame Emperor laughed. "Interesting, really interesting. Fellow Taoist Lin, I didn't expect your understanding of the great Tao to be so deep." Lin Xian smiled and said, "I also didn't expect your flame to be so powerful. It is even more terrifying than my 9 sons' divine fire." Lin Xian was indeed surprised by the Flame Emperor. The other party's flame was really terrifying. He was even more curious about this dream of the ages. Was this really just a dream illusion? Why didn't he think so? Where was this place? Chapter 62-27. The Samadhi True Fire is right in front. Lin Gongzi, please. The Flame Emperor led Lin Xian deeper into the fire domain. As he walked, he said, "This fire domain was formed because of the Samadhi True Fire. Back then, a ball of flame fell from the 9th heaven. Once this ball of flame fell, it enveloped the endless world and formed a monstrous sea of fire. The living beings inside died in an instant. Later on, only a few powerful beings were able to survive here. Back then, when I cultivated to the Boundary Emperor realm, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to take another step forward. I encountered a bottleneck. Therefore, I traveled all over the mountains and rivers in search of opportunities. Finally, I saw this sea of fire. I cultivated in it for 3,000 years and broke through to the great Emperor realm. From then on, I lived here. I named this place the Fire Domain. So that's what it was like. Was it really a flame that fell from the 9th heaven?" The more Lin Xian listened, the more he felt that this dream of the ancient times was real. What kind of world did the dream god control? He asked, what's above the ninth heaven, other than the great emperors? Are there any super great emperors here? Are there any land immortals? Lin Xian wanted to know if there were any land immortals in the dream of the ancient times. If there were no land immortals, this might be an illusion. If there were land immortals, then this was definitely a real world. The Flame Emperor shook his head and said, I don't know. This world is too vast. I once spent decades flying in one direction, but I couldn't find the end. You have to know that I was flying at the speed of a great emperor, so I gave up on searching. I returned to the fire domain and focused on cultivating. As for whether there are other, more powerful existences, I don't know. However, I feel that there are a few people in this world who are about the same strength as me. It's just that we haven't met yet. They arrived. The Flame Emperor pointed ahead. There was a mysterious flame in front of them. The flame there was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body was starting to crack. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, he was only a great sage. He couldn't withstand the power of this flame. Was this the Samadhi true fire? It was really too terrifying. Lin Xian was shocked. Yan Emperor said, even now I can't completely get close to the three true fire. I can only cultivate near it. From now on, you can cultivate here. Previously, when I discussed the Tao with you, I was very enlightened, so I also want to go into seclusion. The Flame Emperor left. Lin Xian stood there and took a deep breath. His expression was incomparably serious. Even in the real world, when he was at his peak, his 9-yang divine flame could not be compared to the three true flames. He was very curious. What kind of flame was this three true flames? Could it be a flame left behind by a land immortal? It was too mysterious and terrifying. I'll just cultivate here. After eliminating all distracting thoughts, Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the power of the three true fires in front of him to cultivate his 9-yang divine body. He felt that with the three true flames, he could reach the great emperor realm. In reality, Lin Xian walked the path of immortals. However, in this dream of the ancient times, he did not have so much time to condense the power of immortals. One had to know that when he tried to condense the power of immortals, he narrowly escaped death. He had to go to the land of destiny to barely stabilize it. Now, he did not have the power of the land of destiny to help him. Moreover, he had 100 years in the immortal city. After 100 years, his power of immortals would be unstable, and he would have to return to the land of destiny. Therefore, he could not really wait for 100 years. He had to end this duel early. He had to find the immortal token. Thinking of this, Lin Xian shouted angrily and began to absorb the power of the three true flames with all his strength. 10 days had passed outside the dream of the ancient times. The dream god smiled. This group of little guys can really persevere. They are much stronger than the last batch. Especially these intruders, they really surprised me. I didn't expect this Lin Xian to be able to find the three true flames. I wonder if he wants to use the three true flames to prove his Tao. Dozens of years had passed in the dream, but only 10 days had passed in the outside world. This difference in time was truly shocking. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed in the dream of the ancient times. Too many things had happened in these 100 years. Many people had become quasi-emperors, but not a single one of the 30 or so challengers had become a great emperor. Song Qing was the fastest of them all. Song Qing had already reached the 9-crown king level. Her merciless Tao was truly frightening. However, she was still not satisfied. She had to be the first to break through and prove her Tao. Song Qing began to search for opponents, killing countless powerful Yao kings along the way. Finally, she arrived at the Blaze domain. Song Qing's expression turned serious as she gazed at the fiery world in front of her. How frightening! I can sense an aura inside that makes my heart tremble. Could there be a great emperor here? I can use the blood of a great emperor to prove my Tao. Song Qing had been a super great emperor before, so even though she was now the nine-crown king, she was confident that she could contend against a great emperor. Song Qing arrived at the fire domain. As soon as he set foot on the fire domain, the moment she arrived, the Fire Snake King rushed over with his subordinates. "How dare you? Stop right there and get out of here." Not far away, the golden-winged Great Rock King heard similar words. He opened his eyes and shook his head slightly. 100 years ago, when he and Lin Xian came, he had experienced such a thing. However, he did not expect that someone else would come. Who was so reckless? Did the other party have the same luck as Lin Xian? A mere snake dares to be arrogant in front of me. Song Qing was expressionless. She raised her hand and slashed the Fire Snake King in half. Dead. The golden-winged Great Rock King opened his eyes, and his pupils constricted. 100 years ago, he had once fought the Fire Snake King. Both sides were evenly matched. Even after 100 years, their strength should be about the same. However, the Fire Snake King had been killed with a single slash. It was unbelievable. The person who had come was too terrifying. The Fire Snake King's death angered the other 48 Yao Kings. They soared into the sky, their bodies filled with demonic aura. How dare he kill the Fire Snake King here? Unforgivable. Is he challenging the endless fire domain? Kill him. 48 powerful demon kings rushed over. Song Qing sneered. A bunch of ants. The merciless blade shone brightly and swept around. He fought the 48 Yao Kings alone. I'm coming too. The golden-winged Great Rock King roared and rushed over. They joined forces to fight the other party. However, they realized that they could not take down the other party. This person was too strong. The Yao Kings were also shocked. Why did they feel that the other party was very close to the Flame Emperor? Not long after, they were sent flying. Some of their bodies were broken, and some were seriously injured. Flame Emperor, please attack. The Yao Kings retreated and cried out in alarm. In the endless fire domain, in a mysterious palace, the Flame Emperor opened his eyes. Did someone come to cause trouble again? Humph. The other party actually killed the Fire Snake King. Unforgivable. In the next moment, the Flame Emperor stretched out his palm. Outside the palace, endless flames condensed into a huge flaming hand that enveloped the world. It slapped towards Songqing. Chapter 60-28. As the flaming hand descended, Songqing's expression shifted. He hadn't expected his opponent to be so powerful. These flames gave him a feeling that he was about to die. With a sway of her body, she turned into a shadow and dodged quickly. He dodged the fatal danger, but the remaining power of the flame still hit him, causing him to fly backward. In an instant, his body was charred black, and many parts of his body were reduced to white bones. What kind of flames were these? How could they be so terrifying? Songqing was stunned. He had never seen such terrifying flames before, and he could sense that his opponent was just an ordinary emperor. How could a single divine flame be so terrifying? Could it be that his opponent was an extremely powerful emperor? He had the strength of a super emperor. Not good. He had kicked an iron plate. Songqing turned around and fled. Even though he cultivated the path of heartlessness, that didn't mean he was an idiot. His opponent was simply too powerful. If he continued to fight, he would definitely die. You want to run? The Flame Emperor harumphed coldly, and the giant hand slammed down once more. No. Songqing's face was filled with despair. You can't kill me. I belong to the Otherworld realm. But it was useless. The Flame Emperor didn't know what the Otherworld realm was. So when the palm landed, Songqing was reduced to ashes. Boom! When Songqing opened his eyes again, he discovered that he had already left the dream of eternity and returned to the real world. Damn it, damn it! He tilted his head back and roared. Had he actually failed? After all, he was already the Nine-Crown King. If he took another step forward, he would be an emperor. His cultivation speed was the fastest among them all. but he had been eliminated. Unbearable. Shut up. The dream god frowned slightly as he let out a low growl. Instantly, a powerful wave of energy descended upon them. Sangqing's body trembled, and he no longer dared to make a ruckus. Only then did he remember that there was a land immortal beside him. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The dream god gazed at him and said, "Your path of heartlessness is indeed powerful, but it also has a fatal flaw. Think about it carefully." After speaking, the dream god waved his hand, tearing open a spatial rift and tossing Sangqing out. There were still 15 people left, and half of them had already been eliminated. The dream god continued to observe. In the beginning, these people were very cautious. However, they were great emperors after all and had unique experiences. Once they reached the quasi-emperor realm, these people immediately became bolder. For example, if Sangqing had not gone to the fire zone, he might have become a great emperor there. However, the other party didn't know what was good for him. He thought that just because he had experience, he would be able to fight those above him. In the end, he was slapped to death. The Flame Emperor withdrew his hand from the boundless fiery domain. Slapping a 9-crowned king to death was nothing to him, because over the years, many people had come to challenge him. 100 years have passed. I wonder how fellow Taoist Lin is doing? The Flame Emperor was very curious about Lin Xian's cultivation, so he decided to investigate. However, just as he turned his gaze, an earth-shattering power came from the depths of the fire domain. Then a long roar tore through the 9 heavens. The entire fire domain shook violently. What happened? The demon kings were terrified. Could it be that a great emperor had arrived? The Flame Emperor's body swayed, and he walked out instantly. He covered the demon kings with one hand and said, "Don't be afraid. It's not the emperor." Fellow Taoist Lin is confirming his Tao. So fast! He became a great emperor in 100 years? That was incredible. After all, he had spent 3,000 years confirming his Tao. Of course, the two could not be compared. The Flame Emperor was confirming his Tao for the first time. This time, Lin Xian was just recovering his strength. However, 100 years was already terrifying. This was faster than Sangqing's speed. Even if Sangqing did not die, he would not be the first to become a great emperor. Above the 9 heavens, lightning filled the sky. It was another great emperor thunder tribulation. Lin Xian had experienced it once. However, the last time he experienced it, it was the heavenly punishment sword that took the initiative to strike. It was extremely terrifying. This time, Lin Xian did not gather the power of an immortal. He only gathered the power of the divine fire. He was confirming his Tao with the powerful 9-yang divine body. Although the thunder tribulation this time was terrifying, Lin Xian was confident that he could withstand it. 3 months later, the lightning disappeared. Lin Xian stood in the sky. There was a mysterious and terrifying flame dancing on his body. This flame was no weaker than the Flame Emperor's. It was so powerful. The Flame Emperor was shocked. Lin Xian had just confirmed his Tao, and he felt that the power of the divine fire was almost on par with his. This fellow Taoist Lin is really mysterious. He had tried to find out about Lin Xian's background. In the end, Lin Xian just smiled and did not say anything. The Flame Emperor knew that everyone had their secrets, so he did not ask too much. Now, it seemed that Lin Xian had a powerful background. After confirming his Tao and becoming a great emperor, Lin Xian felt the power in his body. This time he was extremely excited. It was different from his power of an immortal. He only had the power of the divine fire. He had never experienced this feeling before. He only dared to try it in the dream of the ancient times. The power of the divine fire was pure and terrifying. Of course, it was more stable. Lin Xian did not feel threatened at all. How about testing the power of the divine fire? Lin Xian looked around. Soon, he fixed his eyes on the Flame Emperor. He said, "Taoist friend, let's spar." "No problem." The Flame Emperor rose into the sky. He released a powerful aura and rushed over. Boom! The two collided with each other, unleashing a destructive force that could destroy the heavens and earth. The entire fire domain seemed to be about to split open. The Monster Kings were even trembling. One look or one finger from the Flame Emperor could probably turn them into ashes. After one hit, the two separated and stood in the void. Lin Xian was shocked. So powerful. The Flame Emperor was indeed terrifying. The Flame Emperor was even more shocked. Lin Xian had just confirmed his Dao, but his combat power was on par with his. It was incredible. He said, "Daoist Lin, you have to be careful. I'm going to use some unique skills." Then he waved his hands. Two balls of flames appeared on his palm. One was white and the other was green. Then his palms slowly formed a seal. The seal of dual fire. This scene caused Lin Xian to be extremely shocked. The Flame Emperor smiled and said, "The Samadhi True Fire is the last kind of flame I have. Before this, I had traveled countless mountains and rivers to find countless flames and fuse them. Daoist Lin, don't underestimate the power of these two flames." After saying those words, he pushed the double flame seal forward. Suddenly, a blue and white handprint ran amok between heaven and earth. Lin Xian was surprised. He could feel an extremely violent power on this handprint. Moreover, there was a gloomy and cold aura. The white flame was so gloomy and cold. The green flame seemed to have an endless power. Boom! He waved his hand. The 9-sun divine sword flew out and cut the handprint, shattering it. However, the crack quickly healed under the blue flame. What a powerful recovery power! Lin Xian was shocked. The Flame Emperor said, "That's right. The blue flame has endless vitality. Not only can it recover my body, but it can also recover my unique skills." Chapter 60:29. It was really a magical flame. Lin Xian used his 9 suns' divine fire to fight against it. His fist turned into a terrifying divine weapon, sweeping across heaven and earth. In the end, the dual fire seal turned into ashes in the inextinguishable flames. Lin Xian charged forward. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. Lin Xian's physique was very strong. In the end, the Flame Emperor used the 3 true fire, and Lin Xian also blocked the power of the 3 true fire. The 3 true fires collided in the sky, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The two fought for 500 moves, and in the end, they stopped and decided the winner. What a strong physique! Using the 3 true fire to prove one's Tao was really terrifying. Lin Xian was surprised. Although he still had other trump cards, such as his swordsmanship, there was no need. After the battle stopped, Lin Xian said to the Flame Emperor, "Let's work together to explore the 3 true fire." The Flame Emperor nodded, because whether it was him or Lin Xian, they only cultivated around the 3 true fire. They had never truly controlled the 3 true flames before. Therefore, they were filled with curiosity about the 3 true flames. The two joined forces and walked into the depths. The 3 true fire was too mysterious. Even if the two joined forces, they were still blocked. In the end, cracks appeared on their bodies. It still didn't work. The Flame Emperor retreated and sighed. "I'm afraid with our current strength, we can't get close to the 3 true fire." Lin Xian was also surprised. If a great emperor can't do it, does it need a super great emperor? Or was this 3 true fire really a flame left behind by an earth immortal? Everything was a mystery. However, Lin Xian didn't have time for the time being. He said, "I'll leave first and come back to study the 3 true fire later." "You're leaving?" The Flame Emperor was surprised. Lin Xian nodded and said that he still had some things to do. Indeed, he had already become a great emperor, but he still hadn't left the dream of eternity. This surprised him. How could he leave this place? This time, Lin Xian left without the golden-winged Great Rock King. He allowed the other party to continue cultivating here while he left the boundless fiery domain. He began to travel in all directions. At the same time, the dream god also let out a cry of surprise. The first person to corroborate his Tao had become an emperor. He walked the Tao of divine fire. He actually cultivated the three true flames, which really surprised me. Right now, the dream god was paying special attention to Lin Xian. At this moment, seeing Lin Xian looking around, he also smiled. "Little guy, do you know how to get out of the dream of eternity? I can't help you. You can only rely on yourself." After saying that, he shook his head slightly. To be honest, no matter how outstanding Lin Xian's performance was, he didn't think that Lin Xian would be able to walk out of the dream successfully. This was because no one had ever been able to walk out of it. Perhaps this time no one would succeed. In the end, he still had to bring these people out. The endless sea. At this moment, the red fish emperor was covered in wounds. He was being hunted down. Before this, he had been sweeping across the sea. He was very powerful and had become a quasi-emperor. He planned to corroborate his Tao further. In the sea, he discovered the Sea Dragon clan. He wanted to subdue the Sea Dragon clan and use them for himself. After a great battle, he really defeated the Sea Dragon clan. Just as he was about to open the Sea Dragon clan's treasury, he was surprised. The Sea Dragon clan wasn't the true overlord of the sea. The Sea Dragon clan had once produced a peerless genius. Then, the Sea Dragon clan's patriarch sent this genius to the depths of the sea. In the depths of the sea, it wasn't actually seawater, but the entire bottom of the sea, which was covered in ice. This place had turned into a world of ice and frost. This world of ice was called the Ice Domain. The strongest genius of the Sea Dragon clan had gone to the ice prison to cultivate. Now, this genius had brought a few disciples from the Ice Domain back to his clan. Coincidentally, his clan was in danger. He immediately attacked and fought with the Red Fish Emperor. The Red Fish Emperor was no match and was seriously injured. Half of his body was frozen in ice, and his strength was greatly reduced. At this moment, he was fleeing with all his might, above the endless sea, for figures were moving quickly. The Red Fish Emperor was in front, and behind him was the Sea Dragon clan's genius and two other ice domain experts. The Sea Dragon clan's genius gritted his teeth. He would never let them leave. The Red Fish Emperor's injuries were getting worse, and his eyes were filled with despair. Was he going to die? At this critical moment, he suddenly discovered that there was an island in the sea in front of him, and there was someone on this island with a familiar aura. What a terrifying sword Tao! Could it be Lin Gongzi? Thinking of this, he rushed forward even faster. "Lin Gongzi, help!" As he ran, he shouted loudly, "No one can save you!" Behind him, the three ice domain experts shouted coldly. The Sea Dragon clan's genius was called Bai Wu. He opened his mouth and breathed out a terrifying aura. This aura was like the vast sea. At the same time, it carried an endless chill. Wherever it passed, the world turned into ice and frost. The Red Fish Emperor in front was gradually enveloped. Countless ice crystals appeared on his body. He was about to be frozen into an ice sculpture. Was he going to die? The Red Fish Emperor's eyes were filled with despair. He was unwilling to give up. At this moment, a flaming palm reached out from afar. It was like a flaming mountain that slammed into the ice crystals in the sky. Boom! The ice crystals in the sky melted and turned into raindrops, scattering in the sea. He was saved. The Red Fish Emperor was overjoyed and quickly rushed to the island. As for Bai Wu and the other two, their brows were tightly knitted together. Bai Wu shouted coldly, "Who are you? How dare you interfere in our business? Are you very powerful?" Lin Xian walked out from the island. Ever since he left the fire domain, Lin Xian had been searching. How could he leave the dream of eternity? He had been to many places. Finally, he looked at the sea. The sea was boundless. It was no smaller than the land. Therefore, he came to try his luck. When he arrived on the island, he heard a cry for help. This was the Red Fish Emperor's cry for help. Therefore, he did not hesitate and made a move. Lin Gongzi, you broke through and became a great emperor? This was great. The Red Fish Emperor was extremely excited. What a terrifying aura. Opposite them, Bai Wu and the other two frowned. The other party gave them a sense of deadly threat. No matter if he or this person is suppressed, I will not be pardoned. Moreover, I am not only from the Sea Dragon clan, but also from the Ice Domain. Sir, if you know what's good for you, please leave. No matter how strong you are no match for the Ice Prison. Oh, the Ice Domain? Lin Xian was stunned. Although he had never heard of this place, he thought of the endless Fire Domain. Therefore, he asked, Have you heard of the Fire Domain? Bai Wu and the other two were also stunned. Then they said, Yes, it is a place with magical flames. It is very mysterious. It has the same name as the Ice Domain. What? Are you from the Fire Domain? That's right. Lin Xian nodded. I am from the Fire Domain. With that, he waved his hand and released the power of the three true fire. Although Lin Xian did not have complete control over the three true flames, he had absorbed quite a bit of energy while cultivating around the three true flames. As soon as the flame appeared, Bai Wu and the other two were sweating profusely. They felt that their bodies were about to melt. Chapter 62:30. Was this the fire of the inferno? It was so terrifying. Bai Wu and the other two were terrified. They were considered geniuses in the ice hell. However, they didn't even have a chance to fight back. If you kill us, the ice hell won't let it go. Lin Xian smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't kill you. However, you can't attack anymore. He's my companion. As for what he did, I can make up for it. I'll help the Sea Dragon clan. Help? How? Bai Wu was stunned. The next moment, he felt Lin Xian waving his sleeve and enveloping them. Then, he flew toward the Sea Dragon clan. Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the Sea Dragon clan's residence. At this moment, the Sea Dragon clan was still waiting. They were almost killed before. Then, Bai Wu came back and chased after the enemy. Did he succeed? An elder said, Don't worry, Bai Wu entered the ice hell to cultivate. His strength has completely surpassed ours. It's absolutely safe for him to deal with the enemy. The others also breathed a sigh of relief. In the next instant, they felt a majestic burst of energy. It enveloped the world. They couldn't fight back. What was this? They were all stunned. What a terrifying aura. If it wasn't Bai Wu's aura, then who was it? Then they saw two figures descend. One of the young men had a biting cold aura. The terrifying pressure was coming from him. However, they didn't know this young man. However, they knew the person next to him. Wasn't this the Red Fish Emperor? It was this person who suppressed them. They were terrified. Did the enemy find help? What should they do? What about Bai Wu and the others? Don't worry, I didn't come here with bad intentions. My companion is here to apologize, Lin Xian said in a low voice. He waved his sleeve and Bai Wu and the others appeared in the void. After a few explanations, the Sea Dragon clan also understood that they accepted the Red Fish Emperor's apology. At the same time, they cupped their fists to Lin Xian and said, Lin Gongzi, thank you. Lin Xian said, You're welcome. To be honest, I'm also a member of the Dragon clan. Young master is a dragon? The people of the Sea Dragon clan were stunned. Bai Wu and the others didn't believe it either. Lin Xian smiled. Then he used some of the dragon tribe's great magical powers. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying sword dragon danced, and a terrifying Tyrannosaurus Rex roared. There were also fire dragons, ice dragons, lightning dragons, and all kinds of dragon shadows. Lin Xian was like a dragon god, looking disdainfully in all directions. There were so many unique skills of the dragon clan. The people of the Sea Dragon clan were shocked. Lin Xian laughed and said, My friend was rude to you before, so I am going to pass on a dragon clan's lost art to you as an apology. Lin Xian took out a jade strip and used his soul to engrave information on it. Then he handed it over to the Sea Dragon Patriarch. After the Sea Dragon Patriarch took it, he quickly examined it. Sea Dragon, 7 swords, he exclaimed. He discovered that there were 7 sword moves on it. They were incomparably sharp, like the boundless sea, mysterious and unfathomable. Thank you very much, Lin Gongzi. The people of the Sea Dragon clan felt as if they had obtained a treasure. Bai Wu was also very grateful. He said, Young master, I have offended you before. Please forgive me. It's nothing. We are all members of the Dragon clan. We should help each other. Lin Xian did this because he was a member of the Dragon clan. When he saw the Dragon clan, he wanted to help them. Also, he had another plan. He wanted to go to the ice domain. The fire domain was extremely mysterious. It had the 3 true fire, and the ice prison was as famous as the fire domain. This power might have been left behind by the land immortals. Lin Xian guessed that if he could control this power, he might be able to unlock the dream of the ages. Of course, this was just a guess. Regarding this world and the origin of the 3 true fire, the Flame Emperor was not too clear. Therefore, Lin Xian planned to go to the ice domain to see if the people there knew any clues. When Lin Xian mentioned that he wanted to go to the ice prison, Bai Wu was stunned. Then he took a deep breath and thought for a while. Then he said, Brother Lin, under normal circumstances, the ice prison is not allowed. Outsiders are not allowed to enter the ice domain. However, you are the benefactor of our clan. Also, you are so powerful. There should be no problem. I will take you there. Okay, let's not delay. We will leave tomorrow. The next day, Bai Wu and the others took Lin Xian and the others to the ice prison. They flew towards the bottom of the sea. After flying for a long time, the sea seemed to be bottomless. This shocked the Red Fish Emperor. The Red Fish Emperor said, I flew down before. After flying for half a day, I did not dare to go down again. This time, they flew for a month before stopping. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. He found that there was a world of frost below. Bai Wu said, This is the ice prison. Sir, please wait a moment. We will go in and report. Soon, the 3 of them went in. About half an hour later, Bai Wu returned. He said, Brother Lin, you can come in. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He followed Bai Wu into the ice hell. As soon as he entered, he felt an icy pressure pressing down on him. His 9-yang divine body swayed in an instant, bursting with flames to resist the attack. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian retracted the power of his divine body. The flames on his body condensed into a battle armor, which was no longer as dazzling. However, it was able to block the chill. The Red Fish Emperor was shivering from the cold. His body was covered in frost. Lin Xian struck a flame on his opponent's body, and only then did he manage to get rid of the cold qi. Otherwise, the Red Fish Emperor would not be here. Bai Wu brought them around the area before returning to the courtyard where he lived. He said, Brother Lin, what do you think? Isn't the ice prison magical? Lin Xian nodded. It is indeed magical. It has a mysterious power. Our fire prison has a magical flame. Legend has it that it fell from the 9 heavens. Your ice prison is as famous as the fire prison. Don't you have such supernatural power? Bai Wu lowered his voice and said, Yes, but with our status, we are not qualified to get close. However, when we first entered the ice prison, I heard this legend. There is indeed a supernatural power in the ice prison. In the center of the ice prison, there was an ice crystal. The ice crystal was very mysterious. No one knew where it came from. However, it was said that all the chill in the ice prison came from this ice crystal. How magical! The Red Fish Emperor was shocked. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. There is indeed such a thing. This ice crystal, like the Samadhi true fire, had power beyond the great emperor. Lin Xian asked around and found that the ice prison was different from the fire prison. This place was very strict. It was like a powerful sect with a strict hierarchy, not to mention Bai Wu and the others. Even some of the elders were not qualified. Only the master of the ice prison was qualified. The master of the ice prison was very powerful. According to Bai Wu, his aura was even stronger than Lin Xian's. This shocked Lin Xian. Was the master of the ice prison a super great emperor or an earth immortal? Chapter 62:31. Unfortunately, Lin Xian couldn't use the power of the Rinnegan. Otherwise, he would have investigated it immediately. However, after thinking about it, he decided to investigate it secretly. In the dead of night, Lin Xian turned into a sword light and shuttled through the ice field. He was very careful, hiding all his aura, and flew toward the depths of the ice field. Gradually, he felt the pressure in front of him become extremely huge. He slowed down and found that the ice hell was divided into many areas. The core area should be where the ice crystals were stored. There was no one here, only various arrays flashing. It wasn't difficult to break the array, but it wasn't easy to do it quietly. If it was in the real world, Lin Xian could do it with many trump cards. But now, no. When Lin Xian was about to think of another way, the void behind him suddenly split open, and a white hand patted his shoulder. At the same time, a voice sounded in his ear. "You're very bold. How dare you come to the ice field? Not good." Lin Xian's expression changed. His pupils shrank, and he was about to turn around. Suddenly, an incomparably vast ice energy came from the palm of his hand. In an instant, it enveloped him. The next moment, countless frost appeared on his body, and he turned into an ice cube. "You overestimate yourself." The cold woman's voice sounded again. However, she was soon stunned because a ball of fire suddenly appeared in the ice sculpture in front of her. Then, with a crack, the ice sculpture shattered into pieces and turned around abruptly. She stepped back and pulled away from the other party. When he looked up, Lin Xian was also very surprised. There was a woman in front of him, a woman in a blue dress, dignified and elegant. She was the high and mighty god of the ninth heaven. "Who are you?" Lin Xian asked. The woman in blue smiled. "I should be the one asking you that. You're acting wildly in the ice field, and you're asking me who I am? Are you the master of the ice hell? You have good taste. You're not stupid, but you've got guts." The master of ice hell clapped her hands again, and an ice cage enveloped Lin Xian. Not good. Lin Xian roared and activated the 9-yang divine body. His powerful flame physique erupted at this moment. Boom! The power of ice and fire collided, shaking the heavens and the earth. However, this vibration only occurred in a certain space. The people from the other ice regions outside did not sense the abnormalities here at all. After that strike, Lin Xian roared towards the sky and condensed the 9-yang divine sword. He wanted to use a peerless sword technique. Wait, this is the power of the 3 true flames. Are you from the fire realm? The master of ice hell didn't attack again. She stared at Lin Xian in shock. Lin Xian said, "That's right. I don't mean any harm. I'm just curious about the ice domain." "That's not right, is it? Hadn't the fire domain always been that guy? Since when was there another person like you? How come I didn't know about it?" The master of ice hell was shocked. Obviously, she knew about the existence of the fire domain and the flame emperor. However, she didn't know about Lin Xian's existence. The master of ice hell stared at Lin Xian. The next moment, she froze. 9-yang divine body. She was too shocked. How could he have such a physique? Lin Xian's expression also changed. "You know about the 9-yang divine body? What else do you know? Do you know what it means to dream back to the world of ancient times? After all, even the Flame Emperor didn't know about the 9-yang divine body. In this world, no one knew about it. But now, the master of Ice Hell had mentioned it. The 9-yang divine body was a physique in reality. How could someone from the dream of eternity know about it? Was the master of ice, hell, someone from the real world? Could it be that the people inside weren't illusions? Had the dream god captured her? He thought of countless possibilities. He needed an answer now. You have too many questions. The master of ice, hell, quickly regained her coldness. She shook her head, not giving Lin Xian any answer. At the same time, she said, "What? Didn't the Flame Emperor tell you anything?" "The Flame Emperor knows." Lin Xian was even more surprised. Did the Flame Emperor also recognize the 9-yang divine body? But he didn't say anything. He was very confused now. The master of ice hell put away the ice cage. She said in a low voice, "Go back. You shouldn't be in ice hell. Go back to the fire hell." Lin Xian didn't say anything. He turned and left. He was going to ask the Flame Emperor. After sending a message to the Red Fish Emperor, Lin Xian left ice hell that night. He left the sea and headed for the fire hell. He flew all the way. When he arrived at the fire hell, he learned that the Flame Emperor had already left. Where did he go? Lin Xian asked. The Golden-Winged Rock King said, 3 days ago, the Flame Emperor said that he felt that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. He needed to travel around and comprehend. No one knew where he had gone. Was the Flame Emperor avoiding him on purpose? Lin Xian frowned. He looked at the Flame Emperor's palace in the distance. But after thinking about it, he didn't go in. Forget it. He'd go to the 3 true fire. Lin Xian didn't go anywhere this time. He went to the 3 true flames and began to try to absorb the 3 true flames' power. Although this was a dream of the past, it was an illusion to him. However, cultivating here could increase his experience. Lin Xian could try anything here because it wouldn't affect reality. A month later, Lin Xian made a decision. He destroyed the divine fire in his body. When the divine fire in his body collapsed, the world changed and thunder and lightning struck. The fire hell was shrouded in dark clouds. The Golden-Winged Rock King and the others went crazy. They felt that Lin Xian's aura was rapidly declining. What was going on? What happened to Lin Gongzi? They rushed over. However, they didn't dare to get too close. They couldn't resist the power of the 3 true fire. Lin Xian said, "It's okay. Don't worry about me. I'm cultivating." Inside the fire hell, Lin Xian's face was pale. His 9-yang divine body had become dim. However, he didn't care. Last time, he walked the path of the divine fire. Now, Lin Xian was ready to walk the path of immortal qi. He was going to cultivate again. After dispersing the divine fire, Lin Xian continued to absorb the power of the 3 true fire. In front of him, countless sword qi condensed. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years had passed. In these 100 years, Lin Xian condensed another strand of immortal qi. This was a strand of flame immortal qi. As if it had met an immortal sword, it bloomed with an extremely cold light. He had proven his Tao again. The Golden-Winged Rock King and the others were stunned. What was going on? Lin Gongzi was really a god. After condensing this strand of immortal qi, Lin Xian had a new understanding of immortal qi. So that's how it was. He finally understood the power of immortal qi. With a wave of his hand, this strand of immortal qi turned into an immortal sword and flew out of the fire hell, arriving in the depths of the endless sea. He killed the demon king with one strike. That was interesting. Lin Xian stood up and continued walking forward. This time, he was one step closer to the 3 true fire. Chapter 62-32. Next, Lin Xian continued to cultivate. He made another bold decision. He dispersed the condensed immortal qi again. One had to know that this was a bold decision. If someone dared to do this in the real world, they would be courting death. However, this was the dream of eternity. Lin Xian had no scruples. After dispersing the immortal qi, he cultivated the 9-yang divine body again and condensed the first divine fire as quickly as possible. Then, he prepared to condense the second divine fire. since the strength of a great emperor couldn't leave the dream of eternity. Then he would cultivate to become a super great emperor or even an earth immortal. When condensing the second divine fire, Lin Xian encountered a lot of doubts. However, he solved them all in the end. After 3,000 years, he condensed the second divine fire. His strength became even more terrifying, and the 9-yang divine body became even more resplendent. At this moment, he was one step closer to the 3 true fire. Lin Xian no longer cared about what happened outside. In the past 3,000 years, many things had happened. Most people had been eliminated. Even the Red Fish Emperor was eliminated miserably. At this moment, Lin Xian was heading toward the Earth Immortal Realm. Although these cultivation levels were not real, they could still increase his experience points. The cultivation technique of the 9-yang divine body that he had obtained was enough to cultivate to the super great emperor realm. However, it was not enough to cultivate to the Earth Immortal Realm. Therefore, he could no longer cultivate his physique. Lin Xian planned to enter the Tao with the sword. This time he spent 9,000 years. The divine sword aura on Lin Xian's body became even more terrifying. The third divine fire was about to be condensed. At this moment, he had already arrived in front of the 3 true fire and reached out to grab it. This time, I want to condense the third divine fire. I want to become a sword god. When Lin Xian controlled the 3 true fire, the cultivators who had entered outside were all eliminated. They looked up to the sky and sighed. Did they fail? Where did the dream god go? There were no clues. No, there was still one person who hadn't come out. When the Red Fish Emperor looked around, he said, Lin Gongzi hasn't come out yet. He's still inside. We still have hope. What? That kid Lin Wudi? Impossible. The people from the other shore shook their heads. They didn't believe it. However, at this moment, Dream of the Ages began to shake violently. What happened? The Red Fish Emperor and the rest were shocked. They quickly retreated and looked at the scene in horror. At the same time, the Dream God also walked out. In all honesty, the Dream God had gained some insights from watching these people cultivate. He wanted to find his own future path, so he was prepared to go into seclusion and research for a period of time. But now, the Dream of all ages had undergone such drastic changes. He couldn't go into seclusion at all. He tore open the void and walked back, looking inside with a surprised expression. The next moment, he exclaimed, Is he going to become a god? How long had it been? How did he do it? Even though more than 10,000 years had passed inside, this was nothing to an emperor lord. Some people might not even be able to cultivate from a great emperor to a super great emperor in 100,000 years. It was even harder to become a land immortal. Some super great emperors couldn't even become a god in 1,000,000 years. But now, Lin Xian was going to become a god in 9,000 years. This was heaven-defying. Within the Inferno realm, Lin Xian had completely grasped hold of the Samadhi true fire. He felt an extremely frightening power sweep towards him. It was as if it wanted to tear him to pieces. Kill! Lin Xian roared. The sword qi on his body soared. An instant later, he seemed to have ascended to the highest heavens. He wanted to look down on the world and dominate the stars. However, soon after, the dominating power disappeared. Lin Xian felt as if he was leaving this world. When he came to his senses, he discovered that he had already arrived at the dream god's side. He asked, Senior, you brought me out? Almost. The feeling of becoming a god was too mysterious. Lin Xian wanted to experience it properly. The dream god said with a strange expression, I didn't do anything. You walked out yourself. I walked out myself. Lin Xian was taken aback. Then he was overjoyed. He had really succeeded. He had guessed that the Samadhi true fire in the Inferno realm and the ice crystals in the Frost realm were both very mysterious. These 2 items were extremely mysterious. They should be the key to his success. If he could obtain one of them, he might be able to leave this dream and return to the past. This was why he had been trying to control the Samadhi true fire all these years. When he had finally grasped hold of the Samadhi true fire, he had truly left. Had he succeeded? The surrounding people were also stunned. The people from the god realm cheered. The people from the other side gritted their teeth. Damn it, he succeeded. Didn't that mean that he would be able to find clues to the 8 longevity fruits? Their eyes were bloodshot. If it weren't for the dream god's presence, they probably would have attacked Lin Xian at the first opportunity. The dream god, however, glanced at the others. Then he waved his hand, causing a few spatial rifts to appear in front of him and tossing them out. You losers, leave now. The spatial rifts swallowed up the remaining people. Those people were randomly teleported away. Only Lin Xian and the dream god remained. The dream god looked at Lin Xian in astonishment. He said, "Young man, you've really surprised me. Did you know? You're the first person to walk out of this dream and return to the past with your own strength. Also, the time you used was too short. Do you know how difficult it is to become an immortal in the real world? Some people can't do it even if they spend millions of years. I'm just lucky," Lin Xian said. "If it weren't for the Samadhi true fire, I wouldn't have been able to cultivate so quickly. I probably wouldn't have been able to do it in such a short amount of time. Young man, you don't need to be humble. Your talent is truly terrifying. Now, I'll give you 3 days to comprehend the feeling of becoming a god. After 3 days, I'll tell you the clues to the longevity fruits. You can go and search for them." Lin Xian nodded and immediately sat down cross-legged. He began to comprehend the longevity fruits. This time, Lin Xian gained a lot of insights from the dream of ancient times. He gained insights from cultivating the divine flame, the immortal ascension chi, and the experience of becoming a super emperor. In fact, the feeling of becoming a god and dominating the world was simply too dreamy. With these insights, Lin Xian would be able to avoid many detours in his cultivation. His cultivation speed in the real world would probably be even faster. Of course, that was only if he had enough cultivation resources. 3 days later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The dream god arrived once again. He waved his hand, sending a message into Lin Xian's mind. An instant later, Lin Xian was overjoyed. 8 new clues to the longevity fruits had appeared in his mind. "Many thanks, Senior." Lin Xian prepared to leave. The dream god glanced at him and said, "Go on." The dream god's eyes flashed as he gazed at Lin Xian's departing figure. "I wonder how far this young man can go." Chapter 62:33. Lin Xian had been in the ancient dream for 10,000 years, but only a year had passed in the real world. Over the past year, the 100 people who had entered had been frantically searching for the longevity fruit, but none of them had found it. However, some people had other opportunities. For example, the people who had entered the ancient dream had gained some cultivation experience and enlightenment. Murong Qingqing had obtained the ancient Phoenix tribe's ultimate technique. Apart from them, others had also gained something. For example, the toad had found a few strange fruits in a canyon. After swallowing them, its strength had greatly increased. In the end, it had been chased by a group of demonic beasts and had only managed to escape after half a year. On the other side, the 9-tailed fox had also had a fortuitous encounter. He had actually found a few fragmented immortal techniques on an ancient rock. Although they were incomplete, they were extremely frightening to cultivate. This made him go wild with joy. Of course, although these people had had fortuitous encounters, they had not forgotten that the most important thing was to find the longevity fruit. Because if they couldn't find the longevity fruit, they would die here. Even if they broke through here and cultivated an unparalleled ultimate technique, it would be useless. Everything was just an illusion. Time flew by. Another month had passed. On this day, a loud voice boomed between heaven and earth. Someone had found the second longevity fruit. What was going on? Everyone was stupefied. Did someone find another longevity fruit? Who was it? The divine realm or the Permitha realm? They had no clue at all. The people who had entered the ancient dream were shocked. This was the dream god's voice. The Red Fish Emperor and the others were extremely excited. It had to be Lin Xian. Because Lin Xian had completed the trial and walked out of the ancient dream, he had obtained 8 clues. These were definitely the fruits he had obtained. Someone had found the 3rd longevity fruit. Someone had found the 4th longevity fruit. The dream god spoke one after another, relaying the news. Everyone in the 2nd layer of heaven heard about it. They were extremely shocked. What was going on? Who was so lucky? The divine realm or the Permitha realm. They had obtained a large number of longevity fruits. The toad looked up at the sky with envy. Was it one of them? It should be. On the other side, the 9-tailed fox's eyes were bloodshot. He roared at the sky and quickly attacked. The item must be in the 2nd heaven. He had to find it. Even if he couldn't find the longevity fruit, he had to find the person who had it and kill him. The 9th longevity fruit was found by someone. The dream god's voice rang out once more, and 9-tailed fox stopped in her tracks. In such a short period of time, so many longevity fruits had been found. Could it be that they had found a longevity tree? To be honest, he had no idea what the longevity fruit looked like or where it grew. But this situation was too strange. One had to know that they had only been here for a few years, and they had not been able to find it even after going through untold hardships. Who could have obtained it so easily? Moreover, there were a total of 49 of them. Now that he had found 9, there were still 40 left. The pressure was even greater. He could no longer search for treasures. He had to focus on finding the longevity fruit. At the very least, he had to obtain one to save his life. 9-tailed fox rushed out crazily. Not only him, but the people from the god realm and the Permitha were also searching quickly. On the other hand, those like the Red Fish Emperor who had entered the dream of the ancient ages were probably very excited. That's right, it must be Lin Gongzi. Lin Gongzi had obtained 8 longevity fruits in a row. Ha, that's great. This way, 8 of them would be able to survive. This was great news. On the other hand, those from the Permitha who had entered the dream of the ancient ages were gnashing their teeth. For example, Emperor Xingyao, Tsangqing, and the others were going crazy. Lin Wudi had obtained 8 longevity fruits. No, they had to contact the others to find Lin Wudi and kill him. That's right, those fruits are ours. The people from the Permitha went into action. Even if killing Lin Xian here was a little troublesome, they couldn't care less. The super emperors had to make a move. For the 8 longevity fruits, they were willing to pay any price. On a certain mountain peak in the 2nd layer of heaven, Lin Xian looked at the 8 longevity fruits in his hand and smiled very happily. This time, he had gained a lot from the dream of the ancient ages. 8 longevity fruits could save 8 people. However, it was still not enough. Lin Xian took a deep breath. This time there were 49 people on their side, but there were only 8 longevity fruits. It was too little. Lin Xian had to do his best to bring these people back. He even had an idea in his heart. He wanted to let all these people out alive. Of course, this idea was very bold and exaggerated. Perhaps even the war god, Lord Alcohol, and the others didn't dare to think so, because no one had ever done it. Lin Xian also knew that it was impossible to collect all the longevity fruits. Therefore, he set his goal on the immortal token. If they could get an immortal token, they would be able to get everyone out of here alive. Of course, so far, there were no clues about the immortal token. Thinking about it, it might be in the 9th layer of Emperor Realm. After all, such an important thing wouldn't appear so easily. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. Lin Xian decided to continue setting off. He had already obtained the 8 longevity fruits in the 2nd layer of heaven. He was prepared to head to the 3rd layer of heaven. Moreover, he also discovered a pattern. That was, don't look around like a headless fly. He had to find an earth immortal. Every layer of heaven had an earth immortal overseeing it. If he could find them and complete their requests and tests, he would be able to obtain clues about the longevity fruits. This was the fastest way. With this in mind, Lin Xian returned once more. He wanted to find the dream god and enter the third layer of heaven. When he found the dream god again, the dream god said, "You have already collected all the 8mo longevity fruits, so you can indeed leave. However, I still have a reward for you." A reward? This caused Lin Xian to be extremely surprised. What reward? The dream god once again opened Dreaming of the Past and pointed at it with a smile. Lin Xian was taken aback. What reward was there? An instant later, a gourd flew out from the ancient dream. It was a purple gourd about the size of a palm. Lin Xian was even more confused after receiving it. He opened it and found that there were 3 balls of fire inside. He was extremely familiar with the power of these flames. Samadhi true fire. He was stunned. Weren't these the flames in the ancient dream? Wasn't the ancient dream an illusion? Why could the Samadhi true fire fly out? If the Samadhi true fire really existed, then did the other people in the ancient dream exist as well? The dream god said, "You don't need to worry about these things for now. Let me tell you how to use this gourd. There are 3 balls of fire inside the gourd, and each ball of fire can only be used once. In other words, you have 3 chances to use them. These 3 balls of fire are extremely terrifying. Let me put it this way. Anyone below the Earth Immortal realm who comes into contact with them will definitely die. Even an Earth Immortal would be severely injured if they were hit by these flames." Chapter 60-234. The 3 true fire was so terrifying that it could even injure an Earth Immortal. Lin Xian was too shocked. He knew how terrifying an Earth Immortal was. Even if he was heaven-defying and had terrifying trump cards, injuring an Earth Immortal was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But now he could injure an Earth Immortal. This made him extremely excited. If he brought this thing back to deal with the Earth Immortals of the other world, together with the battle god, Lord Alcohol, and the others, he might really be able to assassinate one. Thinking of this, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. The dream god glanced at him and said indifferently, "Although I don't know what you're thinking, I still have to remind you. This thing is only useful in a mortal city. Once you leave, it will disappear. You can't bring it out, understand? You can't bring it out." Lin Xian was instantly stunned. Then he sighed. He knew it wasn't that simple. It seemed that he had to rely on other methods to kill the Earth Immortals of the other world. The 3 true fire wouldn't work. Forget it. Don't think too much about it. Lin Xian took a deep breath. His eyes flickered. This thing could injure an Earth Immortal. In other words, with this thing, he could do whatever he wanted in Immortal City. At this moment, the dream god said, "You have to use it carefully. This is only the 2nd heaven. If you want to go through the last few days, you have to be extremely careful. The number of Earth Immortals in the last few heavens is more than you think. Moreover, not every Earth Immortal is as easy to talk to as me. Some Earth Immortals are incomparably cold. It's very possible that they will destroy intruders like you." What? Lin Xian was shocked. "Earth Immortals will attack us?" The dream god said in annoyance, "What do you think? Who do you think you are? In the eyes of the Earth Immortals, even if you come from outside, you are still ants. Killing a few won't affect the overall situation, understand?" Understood. Lin Xian broke out in cold sweat. It seemed that the Earth Immortals of the first 2 heavens had a good temper. Otherwise, they might have casually slapped them to death. It seemed that the 3 true fire was really used to save one's life. He hoped that he wouldn't encounter a bad-tempered Earth Immortal. "All right, that's all. You can explore the rest by yourself." The dream god waved his hand and opened a spatial tunnel. "Go in. After you enter, it will be the 3rd layer of heaven. I wish you good luck." "Many thanks, Senior. Farewell." Lin Xian put away the 3 true flames and walked into the spatial passage. Heaven and earth spun, and it disappeared. When he entered the 3rd layer of heaven, a storm was brewing in the 2nd layer of heaven. After Emperor Tsangqing, Emperor Xingyao, Nine-Tailed Fox, and the others gathered, they fully understood that the 8 longevity fruits were indeed obtained by Lin Xian. Suddenly they all went crazy. He began to frantically chase after Lin Xian in the second heaven. However, they never saw Lin Xian's figure. Instead, they met people from the God realm. The people from the deity domain were injured and quickly fled. The Red Fish Emperor also sent a message, asking the people from the divine dominion to hide. The Golden Lion King and the others originally wanted to retaliate. However, when they heard that Lin Xian had obtained 8 longevity fruits, they were instantly stunned. The next moment, he was overjoyed. I need to hide now. I need to hide and recuperate. I don't want to give Nirvana a chance. As the people from the God realm went into hiding, Nirvana was really going crazy. That attack seemed to have hit the surface of the sea. It didn't cause any damage. Emperor Xing Yao gritted his teeth. That kid probably won't stay in the second layer of heaven anymore. He might have gone to the third layer of heaven. We can't continue to search here. That's right. Nine-tailed Fox nodded. The second layer of heaven was no longer worth staying. Let's go to the third layer of heaven. These people also started to move. They were very sullen. They didn't even get a single longevity fruit. If this continued, they would probably all die here. Therefore, they must get the longevity fruits in the third layer of heaven. These people also entered the third layer of heaven. Apart from that, the Golden Lion King and the others who were hiding also set off for the third layer of heaven when they saw that the danger had disappeared. At the same time, Lin Xian had already arrived at the third layer of heaven. After arriving, he didn't immediately search for it. Instead, he found a place to go into seclusion. He needed to properly sort out what he had obtained in the ancient dream. Although the dream god had given him 3 days, it wasn't enough. This time, Lin Xian had a lot of enlightenment in the ancient dream. He was prepared to go into seclusion for a month. After setting up the array, Lin Xian began to go into seclusion. Not long after, Nine-tailed Fox, Emperor Xing Yao, Emperor Changqing, and the others entered the third layer of heaven. The atmosphere in the third layer of heaven was a little stifling. The sky was gray. Nine-tailed Fox and the others didn't dare to be careless. As they spoke, they took out their voice transmission talismans. Everyone spread out and began to look for Lin Wudi. Once you find him, immediately send a voice transmission. We'll meet up and attack him together. Don't fight alone, understand? The people on the other side nodded. This time, there were a total of 10 people who came in together. The others were still on the second layer. However, Nine-tailed Fox couldn't wait that long. After all, each layer of heaven was incomparably vast. It was impossible to gather all of them. 10 people were enough. Nine-tailed Fox and the others began to spread out and flew in all directions. However, they were destined not to find Lin Xian because Lin Xian went into seclusion as soon as he arrived. These people would never have thought that. Moreover, what happened next was even more unexpected for Nine-tailed Fox and the others. Not long after they separated, there was a change in the world. There seemed to be a crack in the sky. Then a nose rolled down. Like the Milky Way, it swept in all directions. In an instant, Emperor Changqing was swept up. Emperor Changqing was stunned. What kind of power was this? The third layer of heaven actually had such an unparalleled expert. He couldn't resist at all. After that, another nose rolled down and swept over, catching a person on the other side. In the end, even Emperor Xing Yao was caught. There was despair in his eyes. What happened? Nine-tailed Fox and the others were stunned when they felt this scene. Not good. The third layer of heaven is dangerous. Everyone hide. They hid their auras and quietly hid. In the depths of the third layer of heaven, a cold voice came. Don't go overboard. This voice was majestic like a god roaring in all directions. It made countless living beings in the third layer of heaven kneel on the ground. Nine-tailed Fox and the others who were hiding were also stunned. What was going on? Was this the aura of an earth immortal? Who was he roaring at? At the same time, a loud laugh came from the sky. Third brother, you're too petty. Didn't I just catch a few people? It's not a big deal. Soon, the The voice disappeared, and the mysterious figure began to transmit his voice. In the center of the third layer of heaven, there was a tall figure. This person was pitch black, and the feathers on his body were like battle armor. At the same time, he also had a pair of black wings. When he spread them out, they looked like two black, heavenly blades. It was extremely terrifying. He wasn't a human, but a beast because he had a human body but an eagle's head. The aura on his body was extremely terrifying. He was an earth immortal, and at this moment he was extremely angry. He also transmitted his voice. This is the third layer of heaven. This is the place I'm guarding. Your nose is too long. Chapter 60-35. The expert in the sky said, I have no choice. Third brother, you are guarding the third heaven, and I am guarding the fourth heaven. They went to your place first. If I don't make a move first, then these geniuses will be taken away by you. I can't get any of them, so you have to take care of me. The peerless expert in the third heaven snorted. Forget about the previous matter. From now on, you are not allowed to make a move. Don't worry, it's almost enough. I have to use these people to try. Third brother, you should move faster. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. After saying that, the voice laughed loudly and disappeared. The peerless expert in the third heaven looked gloomy. He was indeed going to make a move. Therefore, he began to pay attention to the entire third heaven. At this time, the Golden Lion King, Yi Wu Dao, and the others from the Nirvana realm also began to enter. After entering, they also prepared to split up to look for the longevity fruit. Buzz! Not long after they left, the sky suddenly split open. A black claw grabbed towards them. How could this be? The Red Fish Emperor was enveloped. He felt that he was dead. In an instant, he was taken away and disappeared. Yi Wu Dao was also taken away. In addition, a few other figures were also taken away. Damn it, what was that? The Golden Lion King looked up at the sky. On top of his head, a black claw also appeared. He quickly dodged. However, he found that he could not dodge at all. So powerful! This was the power of an Earth Immortal. Why would an Earth Immortal attack them? The Golden Lion King could not understand because whether it was the first heaven or the second heaven, the Earth Immortals guarding there did not have any evil intentions. Why would the third heaven be like this? He could not understand. Just when he thought that he would be taken away, the sky suddenly split open again. An even more terrifying force enveloped him, wanting to take him away. Don't go too far, the peerless expert in the third heaven roared. However, this time, it was not the long-nosed expert, but a claw. It was also the claw of a demonic beast. However, it was different from his eagle claw. She exclaimed, Boss, this person is useful to me. I will take him away. After saying that, the monstrous beast's claw took the Golden Lion King away. That person, just now, seemed to be of the golden bloodline. No wonder Boss would make a move. I didn't expect that there would be such a person among the intruders. It really surprised me. I hope the others will surprise me as well. Leaf, Daudenier, the Red Fish Emperor, and the others felt dizzy. They looked around and realized that they were surrounded by a towering tree. It was a black towering tree that looked extremely strange. At that moment, they were on top of the tree. Where is this place? Their faces were filled with bewilderment. Had they been captured by an unparalleled expert before? Why did he attack them? At this moment, a figure flew over from the sky. When they saw this figure, they were extremely nervous. Leaf Daudenier cupped his fists and said, Greetings, Senior. How have we offended you? You didn't offend me. I brought you here because I have something for you to do. I am the guardian of the third heaven. You can call me the Eagle God. So it's Senior Eagle God. What's the matter? Leaf Daudenier asked. At the same time, they became excited. This was because the dream back to the ancient times was a test for him. Once they passed, they would be able to obtain clues about the longevity fruit. Now that they were in the third heaven, they were still thinking about how to find an Earth Immortal. They didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to find them. Senior, what orders do you have? Just tell us. We will not hesitate to help you. However, if we help you, Senior, can you tell us about the longevity fruit? No problem. As long as you help us, we will give you the longevity fruit. That's great. Leaf Daudenier, the Red Fish Emperor, and the others were excited. At the same time, in the fourth heaven, Great Emperor Tsongqing, Great Emperor Xingyao, and the others were so excited that they clenched their fists. When they were taken away by a long nose, they were scared to death. They thought that they were dead for sure. However, they found out later that they weren't. What led them was a black elephant. It was incomparably tall and indomitable. It was an earth immortal, the guardian of the fourth heaven. The other party had captured them to ask them to do one thing. Great Emperor Tsongqing and the others had experienced the dream of ancient times. Naturally, they knew that there were benefits to helping an earth immortal. Sure enough, they learned that once they succeeded, they would be able to obtain 10 longevity fruits. This made their eyes turn red. This was more than the 8 longevity fruits that Lin Xian had obtained previously. Therefore, this time they had to succeed. You still have half a month. Half a month later, I will take you to that place. In this half a month, you should cultivate well and adjust your condition to the peak. Yes. Great Emperor Xingyao and the others began to cultivate. In the third heaven, Yi Wudao and the others had also recovered. Everyone was preparing. And on this day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He didn't know what had happened previously. For the past month, he had been cultivating in seclusion. With a wave of his hand, the yin-yang diagram changed and turned into a yin-yang bottle. The yin-yang bottle from before was incomparably mysterious. However, Lin Xian couldn't bring it out. Therefore, he could only evolve it. In addition, there was also the Samadhi True Fire. Lin Xian could now use the Rinnegan again. Therefore, he specially observed the Samadhi True Fire, wanting to explore the secrets inside. However, he could only look at it for a period of time every day. If he looked at it for a long time, his eyes would cry. He had to admit that the Samadhi True Fire was really terrifying. Although his cultivation didn't increase, Lin Xian's experience was much higher than before. Now his strength had also increased by a lot. Therefore, Lin Xian was ready to go out and look for an earth immortal in the third heaven. The environment of the third heaven was a little dim. There weren't many living beings here. Most of them were mountain peaks. The continuous mountain peaks and all kinds of strangely shaped rocks formed a special scene. A few days later, Lin Xian found a person from the God realm. However, this person's expression didn't look good. This was a great emperor. When he saw Lin Xian, he was so excited that he almost cried. It was Lin Gongzi. He hurriedly told him what had happened before. After Lin Xian heard this, he frowned. A black claw appeared in the sky and took Yi Wudao away. They were all taken away. Where did he go? The great emperor shook his head and said with a pale face, I don't know. After we arrived, we separated. However, not long after we separated, such a terrifying attack appeared. At that time, I was very far away, but I could still feel a sense of fear. That wasn't the power of a great emperor. It seemed to be the power of an earth immortal. Could it be that the earth immortal of the third heaven attacked us? After Lin Xian heard this, he frowned. The power of an earth immortal was really beyond his expectations. Chapter 60-36. Lin Xian learned about the situation from the dream god. Not every earth immortal had a good temper and might threaten them, but he didn't expect to encounter such a thing as soon as he arrived at the third heaven. Fortunately, he was in seclusion. Otherwise, he might be the first to be captured. What should I do? The great emperor from the divine realm asked anxiously. Lin Xian said, There's no hurry. Find a place to hide first. I'll go take a look. What? Lin Gongzi, you want to find an earth immortal? No, it's too dangerous. Although Lin Xian was strong and could fight against a super great emperor, the gap between him and an earth immortal was still very big. Because he had seen with his own eyes that the Golden Lion King was captured by a big palm. The Golden Lion King was an expert among the super great emperors. Even he wasn't a match for it. Could Lin Xian resist it? Don't worry, I won't die. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He had 3 true Samadhi fires. Although there was one less to use, the Golden Lion King and the others had been captured. If there was really danger, he couldn't leave them to die. Thinking of this, Lin Xian soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Lin Gongzi, you have to be careful. The great emperor shouted from behind. He wasn't a match for an earth immortal. It was useless even if he went. It was better to hurry up and find the longevity fruit. The great emperor also quickly left. His soul covered the sky and earth as he searched for the longevity fruit. Lin Xian flew all the way. The Rinnegan bloomed, forming an extremely terrifying eye of a god in the sky. It looked down in all directions. The terrifying soul power was as vast as the sea. Along the way, it caused countless commotion. Some demonic beasts were angry. They felt that Lin Xian was too arrogant. A mere great emperor dared to be so reckless? Not long after, someone made a move. Scram! Lin Xian formed a yin-yang vase and fiercely threw it down. The yin-yang vase erupted with extremely mysterious yin-yang qi, directly injuring the expert, who made a move. The expert screamed miserably and blood dyed the sky. Countless people were shocked by the defeat of the first strike. The young man in the sky was so powerful. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. Forget it, just ignore him. It seemed like he was flying towards the depths of this world. There were peerless experts there. If he was so arrogant, he would get into trouble sooner or later. Countless voices discussing the Tao could be heard. Some people began to gloat. On one of the mountain peaks, the 9-tailed fox also felt the powerful soul power in the sky. He looked up and exclaimed, "It's Lin Wudi." She recognized that it was the Eye of Reincarnation, but she didn't attack. Firstly, he was the only one on his side. He was afraid that if he went out, he would be caught by the claws of the giant beast in the sky. That was the power of an earth immortal. He was no match for it. This Lin Wudi must be acting recklessly. How dare he release his aura so arrogantly in the face of an earth immortal? Isn't he afraid of being captured? 9-tailed fox snorted coldly and continued to hide. He even had a plan. After hiding for a few more days, he would no longer stay in the 3rd layer of heaven and head to the 4th layer of heaven. Perhaps it would be safer there. Lin Xian didn't have so many scruples. He couldn't wait for the earth immortal to catch him. However, the earth immortal in the 3rd layer of heaven didn't seem to have made a move. Lin Xian was a little anxious. He didn't know how Yi Wu Dao and the others were doing. 10 days later, he finally saw a strange scene. There was a towering tree in front of him. It was incomparably dark and connected heaven and earth. Such a magical scene. Lin Xian felt that it must have something to do with the earth immortal. He flew towards the black towering tree. Humph! When Lin Xian approached the black towering tree, a few figures finally rushed out in front of him. These were demon beasts, and they were strange beasts of heaven and earth. They were immemorial thunder sparrows. They were tall and were surrounded by extremely terrifying lightning. An immemorial thunder sparrow shouted coldly, "Little human, leave quickly. The sacred place ahead is not something you can go to. Is there an earth immortal living in front?" Lin Xian stopped and asked. "That's right," the immemorial thunder sparrow said proudly. "Since you know about the earth immortal, then you know that an ordinary great emperor like you can't provoke them. An earth immortal can kill you with a glance. While you're still alive, leave quickly. Sure enough, it's a place where an earth immortal lives. I'm looking for an earth immortal." Lin Xian walked forward. "You're courting death." The immemorial thunder sparrow was furious. It opened its mouth and spat out a bolt of lightning. This bolt of lightning pierced through heaven and earth and directly attacked Lin Xian. Buzz! The Taiji diagram on Lin Xian's body flew out and turned into a yin and yang qi bottle in front of him. He blocked it. He blocked the attack. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the yin and yang qi turned into two long swords that flew forward and directly pierced through the immemorial Thunder Sparrow. Ah! The immemorial Thunder Sparrow let out a miserable cry. He was severely injured, but he didn't die. Courting death! Come with me. The surrounding 10 immemorial Thunder Sparrows rushed over. The overwhelming power of lightning with a destructive aura charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian held the yin and yang qi bottle in his right hand and scanned the surroundings. Yin and yang qi flew out from it and turned into a peerless sword light that swept through everything. The yin and yang qi bottle wasn't a real weapon, but it was evolved from the power of the Taiji diagram and the great dragon sword soul. It was even more terrifying than a real extreme weapon. Not long after, the bodies of the immemorial Thunder Sparrows in front of him were all pierced through. Lin Xian didn't kill them. He just made them lose their ability to fight. Holding the yin and yang qi bottle, Lin Xian walked over. Those immemorial Thunder Sparrows were both angry and frightened. No one had ever dared to behave atrociously against them here. Moreover, they were shocked by the other party's strength. The other party was just an ordinary great emperor. Why was his combat power unparalleled? How dare you come here and behave so atrociously? Yin and yang qi, but do you think you're the only one who knows how to do it? At this moment, a cold snort came from the front. Immediately after, 3 owls rushed over. The owls were extremely terrifying. Yin and yang qi circulated around their bodies. Their gazes seemed to have turned into rays of death that pierced through everything. Lin Xian waved the yin and yang qi bottle while punching out with his other hand. The power of the 9 yang divine body erupted as he struck out with the great solar undying palm. With one palm, all the rays of death were shattered. So strong! Those yin and yang owls were extremely shocked. Who exactly are you? Lin Xian roared towards the sky. I want to see the earth immortal. His voice was like divine thunder from the 9 heavens, spreading far and wide. You're courting death. Those owls were furious. This was offending their god. In an instant, countless monsters flew out from the black tree. They covered the sky and covered the earth. There were more than 10 million of them. They all let out angry roars as countless pairs of cold eyes stared at Lin Xian. At this moment, not to mention ordinary great emperors, any super great emperor would have to escape. Chapter 62-37. Being stared at by millions of powerful demonic beasts. Lin Xian roared into the sky. He let out a series of dragon roars. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a giant dragon, and a terrifying pressure swept in all directions. The millions of beasts were shocked. Their souls and bloodlines were about to freeze. What a terrifying aura! This wasn't a human. Was he a divine dragon? The scene here naturally attracted the attention of the towering tree and the core area. Yi Wu Dao, the Red Fish Emperor, and the others all opened their eyes. They were extremely surprised. Why did the dragon sound a little like Lin Xian? Could it be that he's here? Buzz. Eagle God also opened his eyes. He stood up and snorted. Who's causing trouble here? His body swayed, and the wings on his back tore through the void like heavenly blades. He disappeared. Not good. Yi Wu Dao and the others were shocked. If Eagle God attacked Lin Xian, it would be dangerous. Under the towering tree, Lin Xian was facing millions of beasts. A battle was about to break out. However, at this moment, Eagle God walked out. His appearance caused millions of beasts to kneel down. Greetings, Eagle God. It was indeed an earth immortal. Lin Xian looked at the figure in front of him and exclaimed, "What a powerful aura! What a sharp power!" He secretly grabbed the purple gourd as if he was facing a great enemy. As long as the situation wasn't right, he would immediately release the Samadhi True Fire. Eagle God was also sizing up Lin Xian. The moment he saw Lin Xian, he was stunned. An ordinary great emperor? And an intruder? How could this person's strength be so strong? Why are you here? Give me a satisfactory answer. Otherwise, I don't mind turning you into ashes. So it's Senior Eagle. Greetings. Lin Xian cupped his fists and said, I have a few friends who were captured by Senior Eagle God. I don't know how they offended Senior. Oh, so you're looking for those little guys, but they were captured by me. However, I didn't kill them. I have something that I need their help with. Hearing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Great, things aren't that bad. Can I see them? Lin Xian continued, Senior, I'm here to look for the longevity fruit. Do you know anything about it? You can't see them for the time being. I need them to do something for me. If they succeed, they will be able to obtain clues about the longevity fruit. As for you, you are too late. Leave. Eagle God waved his hand and turned to leave. Lin Xian frowned. He took a step forward and said, If Senior can help, I am very good at it. Senior, if you reject me, I'm afraid the chances of success are not high. Oh, where does your confidence come from? How dare you say such arrogant words in front of me? The Eagle God turned his head as an extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes. Lin Xian was forced to retreat. Sword Qi surged from his body as he tried to block the attack. Dragon roars were emitted from his body to resist the pressure of the Earth Immortal. A moment later, he gritted his teeth and said, You know the dream god of the second heaven, right? I got a clue about the 8 longevity fruits from her. I don't know if I'm qualified enough. Oh, you passed through the dream god. This time the Eagle God was stunned. For the first time, he carefully sized up Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, you can ask the dream god. With the power of an Earth Immortal, contacting the dream god shouldn't be a problem, right? He wasn't clear about the rules here. Could the second heaven and the third heaven communicate? He wasn't sure either. However, he appeared to be extremely confident. The Eagle God nodded and said, You really surprised me. It seems that I underestimated you. Come with me, I'll take you to them. The Eagle God turned around and led the way. Lin Xian hurriedly followed. Along the way, tens of thousands of demonic beasts were shocked. This young man had obtained the Eagle God's approval. It was too unbelievable. At the same time, they were even more shocked. They had heard of the Dream God before. He was the guardian of the second heaven and an Earth Immortal. To be chosen by an Earth Immortal meant that he had unparalleled potential. Who would have thought that this young man would be able to do it? How did he do it? Could it be that the other party was bragging? They didn't know about this. However, they knew that if Lin Xian didn't have any true strength, he would probably be killed immediately if he was discovered by the Eagle God. Ahead, Lin Xian followed the Eagle God and arrived at the top of the towering tree. He saw Yi Wudao and the others. Wudao, he called out. Yi Wudao and the others all stood up and said, It's really you. Brother Lin, you're here too. Lin Xian glanced and found that a total of 4 people had been captured and brought here. Yi Wudao, the Red Fish Emperor, and the other 2 great emperors were all from the God realm. There were also 3 people he didn't know. It seemed that they were the Eagle God's subordinates. What was going on? Lin Xian asked. Leaf Dao gave a simple explanation of what had happened. Lin Xian nodded. It was similar to what the great emperor had told him, but more detailed. It turned out that the Eagle God had brought them here to ask Yi Wudao and the others for help. As for what help, it wasn't clear yet. Young man, I'll give you a chance. These 3 are my subordinates, and they will fight for me. The 7 spots have been filled. You have to defeat one of them to qualify. Now, prove your strength. If you don't have the strength, I will kill you. Yi Wudao and the others' expressions changed. What was going on? They suddenly became nervous. Lin Xian smiled. Challenge? No problem. He looked at the 3 people opposite him. Those 3 were also demonic beasts, and they were all flying-type demonic beasts. One of them was a top genius of the ancient Thunder Sparrow clan. She was a woman called Lei Xiao. The other was a genius of the Yin Yaonao clan called Mao Xia. He was a short and chubby man. but his aura was extremely terrifying. The third was also a man with an ordinary face, an aquiline nose, and a pair of piercingly cold eyes. His aura was similar to the eagle god's. Could he be the eagle god's descendant? Just you? You want to challenge us? Lei Xiao and the others frowned. You just became a great emperor not long ago. Your aura is too weak. We have all been great emperors for at least 3,000 years. They're even super great emperors. You are not qualified to challenge us. However, since Lord Eagle God has spoken, I will reluctantly make a move. Lei Xiao walked out and waved impatiently. Lin Xian glanced at him and shook his head slightly. You are too weak. I will not challenge you. I will challenge the strongest of the three of you. Challenging the strongest? This guy was courting death. Mao Xia was surprised. Lei Xiao's face was red with anger. Was he underestimating him? He still wanted to make a move. However, at this time, the cold man who had been silent all this time spoke. How arrogant! I am the strongest of the three. My name is Eagle Cloud. Chapter 6238. Eagle Cloud stepped forward, radiating a powerful aura. He looked around with disdain, as if he didn't care about anything. Lin Xian looked at him with a smile. I can fight you, but it won't be a problem if I injure you, right? His eyes drifted to Eagle God as he spoke. Go ahead, Eagle God said coolly. He lost because he wasn't as strong as you. Strength is everything here. I have nothing to worry about. Lin Xian shrugged. As soon as he spoke, a palm slammed toward him. Eagle Cloud had already made his move. He moved with incredible speed, arriving in front of Lin Xian in the blink of an eye. His 5 fingers turned into a claw, transforming into a terrifying demonic beast claw that enveloped Lin Xian from all directions. What incredible speed! Leaf Daudenier and the others cried out in surprise. There was no way they could dodge such a fast attack. Boom! Lin Xian had no intention of dodging. He conjured a beam of sword aura in the face of the incoming claw and slashed it forward. The sword flew out like a dragon. Boom! The two collided with an earth-shattering sound. Everyone's vision blurred as a figure flew backward. He crashed into a distant tree trunk, causing many palaces to collapse. What was going on? The onlookers were stunned. They looked carefully and saw Lin Xian standing there, his robes fluttering in the wind. He was completely unharmed. Was Eagle Cloud the one who flew backward? When Lei Xiao and Mao Xia thought of this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. That was impossible. They looked toward the ruins in the distance. Ah, damn kid, I'm going to kill you. A crazed roar rang out, like that of a primordial beast. A moment later, Hawk Cloud flew out of the rubble. His face was pale and the light on his body dimmed. His hand had been split open and blood dripped from it. However, he had already stopped bleeding. The wings on his back opened and he quickly rushed over. This time, he used the Sky Splitter Een claws. Between the heavens and the earth, thousands of claw shadows were shining brightly. Each of them could easily tear apart a great emperor's body. Wherever it passed, black spatial cracks appeared in the void. Did he use his ultimate skill? Mao Xia exclaimed. It looked like Hawk Cloud was truly angry. Lin Xian smirked coldly. Sword aura danced on his palm, turning into countless beams of sword light that flew forward. It collided with the claws of the giant beasts. Then he took a step forward and became one with his sword, tearing the void apart in an instant. The next moment he stopped, and the giant beast claws that filled the sky also stopped in midair. The surroundings were eerily quiet. The victor had been decided. Leaf Daudenier and the others were overjoyed. On the other hand, Lei Xiao and the others were dumbfounded. They saw that Lin Xian's sword had already landed on his opponent's neck. As long as he exerted a little strength, he would be able to split the other party in half. You lost, Lin Xian said calmly. Impossible, you can't break through my defense. Hawk Cloud roared. As soon as the words left his mouth, The sword light above his head flashed, and a line of blood appeared on his neck. Hawk Cloud was speechless. His defense had been torn apart. All right, the battle was over. Hawk God, who'd been watching from the side, spoke up. Lin Xian retracted his sword and retreated to the side. Forefather, Hawk Cloud wanted to explain. Hawk God shook his head. You've lost. Go back and reflect. You don't need to participate in this challenge. Damn it. Hawk Cloud gnashed his teeth, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He'd prepared for this challenge for a long time, but he'd failed. His opponent's sword was too terrifying. Young man, your strength has exceeded my expectations. You can take my place and participate in the challenge. Many thanks, Senior Hawk God. Lin Xian cupped his fists and smiled. Rest well. There are still 5 days. I'll take you out in 5 days. Hawk God left, leaving only Lin Xian, Leaf Dao and the others. The other two were Lei Xiao and Mao Xia. The two of them also walked over. Lin Gongzi, we're sorry. We underestimated you. We apologize. Lin Xian was stronger than them. If he could defeat Hawk Cloud, they weren't his match at all. They could only apologize. Lin Xian shrugged and said a few simple words. Then he gathered with Leaf Dao and the others and began asking questions. Leaf Dao and the others didn't know much. All they knew was that Hawk Cloud had clues about the longevity fruit. It seemed they had to complete the challenge. What was the challenge? Lin Xian and the others began to recover their strength. 5 days later, Hawk God returned. He took 7 people with him and flew off into the distance. At the same time, the indomitable god mammoth of the 4th layer of heaven led Emperor Starlight and the others on their way. The tomb of the monster god. It was a miraculous tomb. Legend had it that the monster god had left it behind. The Fey god's tomb was located at the intersection of the 3rd and 4th levels of heaven. This was the place. There were several seals in the Fey god's tomb that contained the souls of powerful Fey beasts. As long as you defeat these monsters and open the seals, you'll have completed the challenge. At that time, I'll give you 10 longevity fruits. Hawk God said. Lin Xian and the others were shocked. 10 longevity fruits. That was a huge number. Senior, don't worry. We'll definitely complete it. The Red Fish Emperor and the others were excited. Hawk God shook his head slightly. Don't be happy too early. Although they're just monsters, they were left behind by an earth immortal to guard the tomb. You might not be able to defeat them. More importantly, you have opponents. The giant heavenly elephant of the 4th layer of heaven is my second brother. This time, he'll also bring people with him. If he opens the tomb, you won't be able to get the longevity fruits. Won't we get even one? There should be several layers of seals, right? Yes, there are 7 layers of seals, which means you'll have to fight 7 battles. However, the 10 longevity fruits weren't just for the 3rd layer of heaven. They were for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th layers of heaven. The guardian of the 5th layer of heaven is our big brother. He set the rule that whoever opens the demon god's tomb will get all the longevity fruits. If you fail, you won't get a single one. So that's how it is. Lin Xian and the others took a deep breath. It seemed that they couldn't fail. Not only did they have to fight the monsters, but they also had to fight the powerhouses of the 4th layer of heaven. Okay, we're here. Hawk God landed. The scene in front changed drastically. In front of them, there was a mysterious place that emitted an extremely terrifying aura. It was a mountain range, but it seemed to grow in the sky like a reflection. The mountain peak was facing downward. Everyone arrived at the mountain peak. Hawk God said, "The cave abode in front is the demon god's tomb. There are 7 seals inside. We can't do anything, so we can only rely on you." After saying that, he didn't rush in. Instead, he waited with his hands behind his back. Not long after, a loud voice came from the 4th layer of heaven. Then a huge figure descended. Everyone felt a powerful pressure sweeping over them. Even Lin Xian's 9 yang, divine body, shook violently. What a terrifying power! This was the power of an Earth Immortal. Moreover, this Earth Immortal specialized in the path of strength. Chapter 60-239. Everyone saw a giant elephant descend from the sky. A terrifying aura swept in all directions. This was also a land immortal. Third brother, you're really early. The giant statue looked at the eagle god and laughed heartily. Eagle god, said coldly, second brother. Lin Xian and the others were surprised. This was the land immortal of the 4th level of heaven. That was to say, he was going to compete with Eagle God for the demon god's ancient tomb. They just didn't expect that the two sides were brothers. Is this the person you've chosen? The giant statue looked at Lin Xian and the others. Everyone could feel a powerful soul energy pressing down on them. It was as if they had no secrets in front of the other party. It's you. At this moment, a few more exclamations came from behind the giant statue. Lin Xian and the others looked up and were stunned, because they found that there were several figures behind the giant statue. They were very familiar with a few of them. Wasn't this Great Emperor Tsongqing, Great Emperor Xingyao, and the others? How could the other party be behind this land immortal? Could it be Lin Xian and the others thought of a possibility? They were taken away by Eagle God. It was very likely that the people on the other side were also taken away by the giant statue of the 4th level of heaven. It must be like this. It seemed that they were going to challenge Great Emperor Tsongqing, Great Emperor Xingyao, and the others next. Yi Wudao, Red Fish Emperor, and the others felt a huge pressure. Lin Xian smiled. Although these people were powerful, the pressure was much less than the unknown existence. Seeing Lin Xian smile, Great Emperor Tsongqing, Great Emperor Xingyao, and the others were furious. They gritted their teeth and said, "Kid, don't be complacent. You were in the limelight when we were dreaming of the ancient times. However, that was an illusion after all. Now that we are in the real world, I will teach you how to be a person." With just you? Lin Xian shook his head in disdain. The giant statue of the 4th level of heaven was also surprised. He looked at Lin Xian, and a powerful pressure swept over. Lin Xian frowned. Deity Eagle's attack stopped the other party's soul. He said, "Second brother, are you going to attack my people?" "Third brother, look at how scared you are. I thought this kid was just an ordinary martial emperor. How dare he look down on a super martial emperor? Where did his confidence come from? You don't need to know this. You'll know when we fight." Eagle God knew a little about Lin Xian's strength. He knew that Lin Xian was a super genius and could easily fight against super great emperors. He naturally had to protect such a genius. "All right, third brother, I'll give you face and not attack your people. It's about time. Let's begin." The Colossus retracted its gaze and looked at the demon god's tomb ahead. "Who wants to go first?" Lin Xian asked. To be honest, he wanted to make the first move because he wouldn't give his opponent a chance. But Eagle Deity said, "There's no such thing as who comes first. Let's attack together." The Fey god's tomb had its own rules. If a few people go in, a few wandering souls will appear to deal with them. Therefore, there is no order. Do you understand? So that's how it works. Lin Xian and the others were shocked. The Fey god's tomb was really strange. However, it made sense. A place that could make two Earth immortals pay so much attention to was definitely not simple. "I'll go first." Leaf Daudenier walked out. His gaze was resolute. He was now a martial emperor and was very strong. Moreover, the demon souls at the beginning shouldn't be the strongest. Let him take the lead and test the power of the seal. "Be careful," Lin Xian reminded him. Leaf Daudenier nodded and walked forward. Seeing that it was Leaf Daudenier, on the other side, Martial Emperor Tsongqing, Martial Emperor Xingyao, and the others discussed and decided to send someone. The man who walked out was called Dingao. He was an ordinary martial emperor from the Permethar realm. He was the most suitable person to fight Leaf Daudenier. "Since you've chosen, the two of you can go in." Eagle God and the Colossus joined forces and shot a beam of light into the Fey God's tomb. Suddenly, the Fey God's tomb shook and a powerful aura rushed out. All kinds of terrifying phenomena appeared in the surroundings. The earth trembled and the mountains swayed. The scene was extremely shocking. Lin Xian could feel the destructive power. What a terrifying tomb! Then a seal appeared in the ancient tomb. The seal radiated light and enveloped Leaf Daudenier and Dingao. Then, two spaces were formed. In these two spaces, the same figure appeared. It was an extremely ferocious demon beast. A chill swept through the entire space. Leaf Daudenier and Dingao were both trembling. They could feel a terrifying, icy aura. The people outside were also shocked. Although they weren't in the sealed space, they could still feel the terror of the sealed demon beast. Eagle God said faintly, the first guardian demon is called the Snow Demon. It's an ice-type demon beast. The power of ice is very terrifying. It was just a simple introduction. There were no more details. Lin Xian looked forward. He saw that the Snow Demon's face was snow white, but there were blue scales on its body. A powerful chill condensed. It seemed that this battle wouldn't be simple. With a roar, the Snow Demon in front of them attacked. Howling, Leaf Daudenier drew on the power of his god body and unleashed a fist strike. A majestic phantom appeared on his body. It was the immortal king descending to the 9 heavens. He used the Yi family's celestial emperor art. He had no choice. The Snow Demon in front of him was extremely terrifying. He couldn't be careless. The huge phantom stood tall like a god of war. It slapped out a palm, vast heaven and earth. Boom! The battle between the two shook heaven and earth. Ding Ao was also very extraordinary. A long spear appeared in his hand, emitting a black light. There was a monstrous, murderous aura on it that swept out. It was terrifying. When the spear stabbed out, it was like a black dragon attacking. It was extremely powerful. Who knew who would win? The Red Fish Emperor and the others were also nervous, because even with their super great emperor's experience, they couldn't tell who would win or lose. Lin Xian said neither of them are fire-type martial artists, so they can't restrain the ice. In this regard, neither of them has any advantage. However, Daudenier's saint body is not weaker than the 9-yang divine body. Moreover, he cultivates the heaven and earth art left behind by Celestial Emperor Yi. He has all kinds of unique techniques. Therefore, I think he has a better chance of winning than his opponent. The battle ahead was very terrifying. In the blink of an eye, 30 moves had passed. The immortal King Phantom on Leaf Daudenier's body became more and more terrifying. It was as if a real immortal spirit had descended into the world. On the other side, Ding Ao was struggling. Frost had appeared on his body. Although he was a great emperor and was very powerful, he was still at a disadvantage. Not good. When the Firmament Emperor and the others saw this scene, their faces became very ugly. Boom! After 50 moves, Ding Ao was sent flying and vomited blood. His body turned into an ice sculpture and cracked into several pieces. He flew out and left the sealed space. Chapter 60-240. Not good, he was defeated. Great Emperor Xingyao and the others exclaimed. Red Fish Emperor and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Great Yu Wudao was still fighting. It seemed that their chances of winning were much higher. Even the Eagle God's eyes glinted. How could this be? After Ding Ao came out, he was also at a loss. The next moment, he roared to the sky. Damn it, this is too despicable. Did he lose? Humph. Between heaven and earth, there was a cold snort. The giant statue's face darkened. Trash! What's the use of having you? After saying that, he slapped out his giant elephant hoof. Suddenly, Yin Chi soared into the sky, like a dark cloud, and ruthlessly attacked Ding Ao. No! Ding Ao screamed miserably. This was the power of an earth immortal. How could he resist it? He fled crazily. However, he was still hit in an instant. In the next moment, his body shattered, and even his soul turned into nothingness. A great emperor had fallen. Great Emperor Tsongqing, Great Emperor Xingyao, and the others were shocked. They almost knelt on the ground in fear. Even Red Fish Emperor and the others' faces changed, and their bodies turned cold. Lin Xian frowned tightly. What a terrifying method! What a ruthless heart! Was he killed just because he lost? Thinking of what Dream God had said before, Lin Xian now understood that some Earth Immortals had bad tempers. They killed great emperors because of a disagreement. Eagle God narrowed his eyes, but he didn't say anything. If a great emperor died, so be it. In their eyes, he was like an ant. Why did you kill him? Great Emperor Xing Yao exclaimed. The giant statue glanced at him and asked coldly, Are you blaming me? His voice was like an endless cold wind, and his killing intent soared to the sky. Suddenly, Great Emperor Xing Yao felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His body kept retreating, and his 7 orifices bled. In the next moment, he came back to his senses. He was facing an Earth Immortal. He quickly lowered his head. However, he still gritted his teeth and said, Senior, although he was defeated, he didn't hold back. He fought with all his strength, and he lost because his skill was inferior. Wasn't it a little too disappointing for Senior to kill him? Trash, there was no need to live. The Colossus said coldly, Who do you think you are? He was just a great emperor. He really thought too highly of himself. The giant statue's tone was extremely cold and emotionless. Great Emperor Xingyao and the others were filled with despair. Even the Red Fish Emperor and the others felt a tinge of sadness. To think that they had swept through an era and laughed proudly in the universe. In the end, in the eyes of others, they were even less than ants. It was really sad. Great Emperor Tsongqing was also unconvinced. Gritting his teeth, he said, We are from Permitha. We have more than one land immortal on Permitha. The Colossus sneered, Is that so? Would they be able to enter Immortal City? In this lifetime, I will never leave Immortal City. So what if there is a group of land immortals outside? What can you do to me? Ha ha ha. He laughed loudly. If you guys keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for slapping you to death too. Also, in the following matches, you can only win, not lose. Otherwise, they would end up like him. You, Great Emperor Tsongqing, Great Emperor Xingyao, and the others were filled with despair. They had truly lost their minds. To be honest, when they heard that they were going to help the Land Immortals, they were extremely excited, because the experience of dreaming back to ancient times made them think that the Land Immortals were very easy to talk to. They would be extremely safe in Immortal City. But now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. It was just that the Land Immortals of the first 2 heavens were very kind and disdained to make a move on them. Now that they had met a truly ruthless person, they knew what the gap and despair were. Also, are you going to fight with all your strength? I can see that whoever dares to throw the game or has no intention to continue fighting, I will immediately destroy him. The giant elephant's voice sounded again. Great Emperor Tsongqing and Great Emperor Xingyao were completely desperate. It seemed that other than fighting to the death, they had no chance of survival. On the Red Fish Emperor's side, he was also frowning. They looked at Yi Wudao, who was still fighting ahead, and were worried for him. Although Yi Wudao was still persevering, could he win? If he lost, would he also be obliterated? Besides Yi Wudao, they would also fight. If they failed, what would happen to them? Lin Xian also frowned. No, we can't be so passive. We have to change this situation. Boom! At this moment, the outcome of the battle ahead was decided. Yi Wudao's saint body, merged with a mortal king, descends to the 9th heaven and punched through Snow Demon. Snow Demon's body slowly disappeared. The sealed space disappeared, and Snow Demon turned into a mural and fell to the ground. I won. Yi Wudao smiled. In this battle, a lot of frost appeared on his body, and his meridians were severely injured. However, he still won. When he returned, he was stunned. He found that the atmosphere was not right. There was a terrifying sea of blood between heaven and earth. That was the blood of a great emperor. What happened? Did a great emperor die? He asked after coming back to his senses. Red Fish Emperor briefly explained what happened. Yi Wudao's expression changed. Ding Ao died because he failed in the battle. He also had a lingering fear. If he had failed before, the consequences would be unimaginable. Eagle God's lips curled up. You've done well. Let's go to the second seal. After saying that, he walked forward. Lei Xiao and Mao Xia followed. However, Yi Wudao and the others did not go. They all looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. The group stood there. Why aren't you leaving? Lei Xiao turned her head and frowned. At the front, God Eagle also turned his head as a glint appeared in his eyes. Why aren't we leaving? His voice carried a trace of coldness, and the pressure of an earth immortal swept over. Seeing this scene, the giant statue sneered. Third brother, it seems that the geniuses you recruited are not convinced by you. They might betray you, so I think you should kill 1 or 2 to intimidate them. Hearing this, Red Fish Emperor and the others' expressions changed drastically. Great Emperor Tsongqing and Great Emperor Xing Yao laughed. Previously, they were unlucky. Now, seeing that the people of the God Realm were also unlucky, they were actually very happy. Lin Xian frowned. Betray? I'm not your servant. I'm just cooperating with you. I help you open the ancient tomb, and you give me the longevity fruit. That's all. It's not a betrayal. It's this kid again. The giant statue sneered and looked at Eagle God. He wanted to see how his third brother was going to deal with it. This kid is a thorn. I've seen many geniuses. Eagle God looked at Lin Xian and said, Don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me because of your unparalleled talent and combat strength. You're not an Earth Immortal, so you won't understand how powerful an Earth Immortal is. No matter how strong you are, you can't block my palm. Yi Wudao and the others' expressions also changed. Don't fight him head-on. It's very disadvantageous for us. Yes, we can't beat an Earth Immortal even if we gather all our strength. Red Fish Emperor also transmitted his voice. Lin Xian said, I won't do such a dangerous thing. A cooperation is a cooperation. If we fail, he will kill us. I'd rather not cooperate. Immortal City is very big, and he's not the only one with the longevity fruit. Chapter 62:41. Are you trying to pick a fight with me? Eagle God also laughed. Where did you get such confidence? He felt that the other party was definitely out of his mind. Lei Xiao and Mao Xia also looked at him as if he was an idiot. Lin Xian shook his head. I'm not challenging you, but renegotiating the conditions with you. We will do our best because we want the longevity fruit very much. This is related to our lives. However, if we really fail, you can't kill us. If you can't do this, then we won't fight. Hearing this, Mao Xia and the others' expressions changed. Even Yi Wudao and the others became nervous. They were ready to escape at any time, because they guessed that Eagle God would make a move next. As expected, the Eagle God's eyes glowed with a cold light. It seems that I've been too kind to you. His eyes had a peerless divine light that seemed to be able to destroy the world. Lin Xian could feel an immense pressure bearing down on him. A dragon roar sounded from his body, and the power of the great dragon sword soul completely erupted. He said, You won't make a move. If you do, you will regret it. Think about my identity. I am someone who has successfully walked out of the dream of eternity. Are you sure you want to attack me? Hearing this, Eagle God didn't make a move, but his eyes were uncertain. On the other side, the giant statue was shocked. What? You have successfully walked out of the dream of eternity. He was extremely surprised. At this moment, he began to seriously size up Lin Xian. In the next moment, he attacked like lightning. His nose was like the Milky Way, sweeping towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression changed. Are you courting death? The reason why he dared to challenge an Earth Immortal was because he had a trump card in his hand. That was the three true fire. A ball of three true fire could seriously injure an earth immortal. At that time, the other party would definitely not dare to attack him and would be afraid to escape. Now that this giant elephant dared to attack him, Lin Xian planned to use the three true fire. However, at this moment, black claws covered the sky and earth. Eagle God made a move and stopped the giant statue. He said, "Second brother, he's still my man." The Colossus retracted his nose and did not attack. He looked at Lin Xian and said, "Little guy, come to my side. I swear that as long as you use your full strength, regardless of whether you win or lose, I will not kill you. How about it?" This sudden change stunned everyone. The Red Fish Emperor and the others were stunned. Was it that important to walk out of dream of the ancient past? The attitude of the two land immortals had completely changed. Great Emperor Xingyao and the others were in despair. Why? Why is this Lin Wudi favored by the land immortal? Damn it. Eagle God's expression changed when he heard Giant Elephant's words. He said, "Don't worry, I won't attack you." Obviously, he was also worried that Lin Xian would run over to the giant elephant. Lin Xian didn't say anything, but his eyes flickered. To be honest, he didn't think much of the fact that he had successfully walked out of his identity as Dream of the Ages. He relied on the three true fires. But now, it seemed that the situation was more miraculous than he had imagined. He hadn't even used the three true fire yet. But the attitude of these two earth immortals had changed. What was so mysterious about Dream of the Ancient Past? It could actually make the land immortals value it so much. Do you know the secret of Dream of the Ancient Past? Lin Xian suddenly asked. These words stunned Eagle God and Giant Elephant. Secret? Giant Elephant shook his head. We only know that it was left behind by the immortal. There must be a secret. However, that thing is in the hands of the Dream God. We have no chance to investigate it. Eagle God also looked at Lin Xian. Kid, do you know the secret of Dream of the Ancient Past? That's why he successfully walked out. The gazes of the two of them actually became a little fiery. Lin Xian was even more surprised. Dream of the Ancient Past wasn't left behind by the Dream God, but by the immortal. Who was the immortal? What was his relationship with the immortal city? However, it seemed that the two land immortals wouldn't tell him. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't answer, Eagle God said, "I can agree to your conditions. However, you have to tell me the secret of Dream of the Ancient Past." "No problem." The corner of Lin Xian's mouth raised. "You have to swear." Eagle God swore that regardless of winning or losing, he wouldn't make a move against Lin Xian and the others from the God Realm. When he heard this oath, Lin Xian smiled. Leaf, Dowdenier, and the others breathed sighs of relief. Their lives were now safe. However, they were also very curious. What was the secret of Dream of the Ancient Past? Eagle God waved his hand, forming a unique space that enveloped him and Lin Xian. He did this to prevent Giant Elephant from eavesdropping. Coming into Eagle God's space, he asked softly, "All right, kid, I've already sworn. You can tell me now. What's the secret?" "If you want a secret, it's very simple." Lin Xian waved his hand and opened the purple gourd. Immediately, the aura of the three true fire floated out. "This is the secret I got." Feeling the power of the three true fire, Eagle God's expression changed. He exclaimed, "Immortal fire, how do you have this thing? What's your relationship with the immortal fire?" Originally, he was very close to Lin Xian, but when he felt the flame, he was so scared that he instantly pulled away. He retreated far away, his face pale, and there was even a trace of fear in his expression. This was the immortal fire. Lin Xian was surprised. Did the three true fire have any other name? Moreover, it could actually make an earth immortal so scared. Then, what was the immortal fire? Could it be the master of the immortal city? Lin Xian also wanted to ask. However, if she were to ask him about it, the mysterious feeling that he gave off would disappear. Would the other party make a move? snatched the 3 true fire. Lin Xian suppressed his curiosity and didn't ask any more questions. He put away the purple gourd and said indifferently, "Do you know? This is the secret I got. You can't get it. Does the dream god know?" Eagle God was silent for a long time before suddenly speaking. Lin Xian nodded and said, "Of course I know." Sigh. Eagle God sighed. The dream god's luck is really good. After speaking, he seemed incomparably helpless. With a wave of his hand, he removed his god space. Everyone outside was waiting. Great Emperor Songqing and the others prayed. Lin Xian has been killed inside. It's best to kill him and steal the treasure. Giant Elephant frowned. He almost couldn't bear it anymore. He was ready to break open this space and forcibly listen to the secret. However, just as he was about to make a move, the god space in front of him disappeared. Lin Xian and Eagle God walked out. Lin Xian was unscathed, allowing Yi Wu Dao and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. Eagle God, on the other hand, looked depressed and even a little absent-minded. He looked absent-minded. Giant Elephant hurried over and said, "Third brother, what did you get? What is the secret?" He was a little impatient. Eagle God said, "Guess. Guess your grandpa." Giant Elephant wished he could slap this guy to death. However, after thinking about it, although the other party was his third brother, his strength wasn't much lower than his. If the two of them fought, it would probably be difficult to determine the winner in 100 years.